Hey, what's going on guys? Welcome back to another video. This is the first one of the new year for me. I'm super excited to bring you guys this video. It's been something I've been working pretty hard on past couple weeks. And without, getting too much into it, I'm just going to jump right into a demo and kind of show you what I'm going to be building. And as you guessed it, this is going to be a Notion style website. This is going to be fully responsive using Next.js, Tailwind CSS, and Framer Motion, as well as NodeMailer for our contact form. I'm going to be showing you how to build this website from start to finish, as well as, of course, make everything mobile responsive. And not even mobile responsive, fully responsive. Like throughout the whole thing, we're going to be doing everything. So this is what it looks like. We're going to be able to have a hover animation. So when you go over something, you're going to see a learn more button appear, as well as the image is going to change here. We're going to have a bunch of logos. We're going to be using custom assets, the ones that I've designed. We're going to have different text, our fonts for different text here. We're going to be having this right here. You're going to be able to click through a bunch of different images. Again, this is going to be fully responsive. So again, we're going to have another quote. We're going to have kind of like a sort of like a carousel sort of thing here. We're able to kind of click through different things. Then we are going to have a bento box. This is something that's very popular in the developer community right now, is having these kind of grid styled design. I'm going to be showing you how to build this as well. We kind of got like this tweet kind of card testimonial section going on here. And then when you click on it, the images change as well. And then at the very bottom, we have another kind of bento box thing going on here. So 6 of them on the right, and then we got one big one on the left. And then there we go. We also got a footer. So I'm going to also show you the Navbar as well as the contact page. So the contact page is going to look like this. We're going to have first name, last name, and all these different emails values that are being captured. I'm going to go ahead and just click through these randomly. Say, hey, this is the intro to my video. I'm going to click submit. And there you go. You are going to get prompted with a email. So I'm actually going to go ahead and open this up. So I'm going to say Gmail, and I'm going to show you what this email actually looks like. So right here, you can see it. So you can tell this is it because it says, hey, this is the intro to my video, as well as it was also 0 minutes ago. So with that being said, if that kind of excites you, I'm going to start developing, and you guys can always follow along. I'll put links to everything down below, and you guys can always go ahead and check it out for yourself. One other thing that I want to do before we just really get started is I want to emphasize how much work and effort has gone into this to make this as responsive as possible. So I'm going to open up these two on the side, and then you can go ahead and compare and contrast for yourself how well of a job that we've kind of done here. So we've got this thing going across, we got the millions run on Notion or Bird, whichever side you're looking at here. I did a little custom graphic for you guys. We've got a quote. We got this kind of title thing going on here. They got the same sort of style effects here. I got that. I was able to get that done as well. And then, of course, we have more text and stuff like that. I'm going to keep going here. We got more quotes. Every team side by side. Again, same thing. Then, once you get to the bento boxes, you can see how they resize. And then you have the one at the bottom, kind of does the same thing. Then you got the quote, you got the tweets or the testimonials, as well as this here. And there you go. So another thing I want to show you is when you get to a medium-sized screen, how well of a job I was able to kind of recreate this here. So you guys can kind of see this for yourself. Got a lot of stuff going on. Resize again. That's what it looks like. At all levels, we have kind of kept this theme to be consistent. I worked really hard to bring this to you guys. So yeah, that's just another thing I really want to show you. Without further ado, let's just jump right into coding. Let's go ahead and let's get started. So the first thing that we're going to want to go ahead and do is search up a website called ShadCNUI. Go ahead and click on that. Docs, installation, Next.js, and then right here is where we're going to create our next project. So let's open up our VS Code. I'll move this to the side so you guys can see it. This, and then I'm going to move the VS Code here. So when you're on your VS Code, go ahead and click Terminal at the top. click new terminal, and then let's go ahead and pretty much copy and paste this command line. So do npx create next app at latest, and then here, this tag right here refers to what you want to call your project. I'm going to go ahead and call it the Notion video. You guys can call it just Notion if you want. The naming doesn't matter, it's just for your own personal differentiation. And then I'm going to do TypeScript, Tailwind, and then ESLint. So Tailwind, ESLint. I'm going to zoom in so you guys can see this. Make sure you have this, and yeah, all on one line, just like that. Then go ahead and click enter. It's going to say, would you like to use the source directory? And then by default, it's going to be selected as no. So all we have to do is click enter. Yes, we want to use the app router. And then for right here, it's going to be enter as well. So just enter through all three of those, and then you'll have the same setup. I'm going to give it a second here to load, and then we're going to go ahead and install our Shad CNUI. Okay, so created Notion video, and then this is where it is pointing to. So we're going to say cd Notion video. Now you can see that I'm in the project, and you can tell because this is on the left side of this operator. And now what we need to go ahead and do is copy this command line. So npm that, and then I'm going to paste it. So we can paste, and then you now have it. So npx shad CNUI at latest in it. So just this command line right here. Go ahead and click enter. It's going to ask us some questions. So we want the default. We're going to use the slate, enter, and there you go. Just like that, our project has been initialized, and we can actually go ahead and open this. So what I want to go do is I want to go back into our VS Code. I'm going to go and click open, and then I'm going to go ahead and find where I put Notion video, and then I'm going to open it. Okay, and now if you go into your page.tsx, you can go ahead, you can see all this stuff. So to make sure everything's running smoothly, I want to go ahead and run this project. So what I want to go ahead and do is right here, to the right of this, you can go ahead and open up a terminal. And in here, I want to say npm run dev. Now it's going to go ahead and open up on localhost 3000. This is the default one, so you should have this also. And then I'm going to make this smaller so we can see it. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and say localhost 3000. So just create a new tab. And there we go. So we now have a fully functioning project, and everything is working as expected. So now we can go ahead and start developing. And to close the sidebar, all you got to do is click this icon, and then it will close. So that's good. Now what we need to go ahead and do is just remove all of this. So from line number 5 all the way down to where this main tag is, so 5 all the way down to 111, go ahead and do div. I'm just going to say hi. So just have this, and then go ahead and refresh it. You now have the hi. Awesome. So with that being said, that is the entry point of our project, and we can go ahead and now start actually developing. First thing we're going to want to go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and install some, actually let's start with changing the font. So go into your layout.tsx like this, and where it says import enter from next font Google, we're going to go ahead and change that to outfit. You're going to get an error here, and then I'm going to say const font, and I'm going to call this outfit. And then right here, I'm going to say, instead of enter.classname, I'm going to do font.classname, because that's what we called it right here. So that makes sense. And now if we go, you won't be able to tell the difference, but the font has changed. And this font is way better when we look at what we've actually deployed. So if I do this, you want to go ahead and have this nice font right here. So yeah. Okay, now the next thing we want to go ahead and do is we want to change what up here where it says create next app, we want to go ahead and change that. So the way we're going to do that is right here where we have this title. We want to go ahead and say your connected workspace. a nice touch. You can kind of see it gets updated there. Then I want to go ahead and put a little bit of a description. So I'm going to say bird. I'm going to say simple and powerful notes for notes and docs. You can put whatever you want, notes and docs for teams. Okay. Now, you won't be able to see it, like nothing actually changed, but when people go ahead and search up your website, they'll see it on the main page of Google. So that's good there. Now what we want to go ahead and do is we want to go into our app and we want to rearrange some folders. So what I want to do is I want to go into my app and I want to create a new folder and I want to call it landing page, but I want to put brackets around it. So the reason why I'm putting brackets around it is because of the Next app router, you're allowed to have, let me see this. You're allowed to have one folder be the entry point with brackets around it. And I think it's more consistent when you're kind of building components and stuff like that to have everything be tied to a folder. And in this case, we're building a landing page. So I want everything that's related to the landing page to be in a landing page folder. So go ahead and create this file. And then what you want to go ahead and do is go into your page.tsx and just drag it into your landing page. So it's going to say, are you sure you want to move page.tsx into landing page? And then we're going to go ahead and say move. And then it's going to say wants to make refactoring changes. We're going to say okay. And all right, so everything should be working the exact same. If you refresh, you should not have any errors because all we did is we just changed the name. Now, what I want to go ahead and do is I want to create our, instead of calling this home, I want to go ahead and call this, actually, let's just go ahead and delete all this right here. And then I'm going to introduce a React snippet. So this is going to be a stateless function component. So what you can do is you can just do landing page. And if you didn't see how I did that, I'm going to go ahead and I'll redo it for you guys. But pretty much what you need to go ahead and do to get these React snippets that are going to save your life when you're coding is you want to go into your extensions, so right here, and you want to go ahead and search for React simple snippet. It's right here. So I'm going to close this. Actually, just make this bigger. But it's called Simple React Snippets, and it's by Burke Holland. You can see there's 3.6 million downloads. And pretty much what you can do is you can just write your components way faster, and you can see all the list of all of them here. And this is going to be one that we're going to be using all throughout. So it's a free thing to install, so don't worry about that. But pretty much go ahead and make sure you install this because we're going to be using SFC pretty much throughout the entire project, just because it's a lot faster. So I'm going to go back into my component. I'm going to close this, and I'll move this to the side. So I was going to say there's nothing being exported from the page.tsx, which is required. So I'm going to say SFC, and then I'm going to call this a landing page. And then what I did there is I just tabbed to get inside the return, and then I'm going to say landing page. And so previously we had the hi there, now we have a landing page. So if you're seeing this, you've done everything correctly, so that's perfect. We can go ahead and we can close this stuff up, and let's just jump right into building out our Navbar. So to do that, what we want to go ahead and do is let's go into our pages, and then let's go into, so we have our components folder here. What I want to go ahead and do is I want to create a Navbar. So I want to say create a new folder, do Navbar like this. You can do a capital if you want, but I think it's not too difficult to understand the difference here. So I'm going to create a component called Navbar. It's going to be a folder, and then inside of that folder, I'm going to go ahead and create a new file. I'm going to call it navbar.tsx. Okay, just like that. And then from there, we can go ahead and install some more stuff. So the navbar.tsx is, it's going to be a Navbar component, and it's going to be in our Navbar folder. The reason why I wanted to do a folder and then an actual file called navbar.tsx is because we're also going to create, so again, I'm going to make sure you guys can see this. I'm going to zoom in. Actually, that's too much. But pretty much here, inside of our Navbar, you're going to right click, you're going to create a new folder, and then you're going to do an underscore, you're going to do components like that. Now you're going to have a components folder as well as a navbar outside. So just to reiterate, so you guys don't get confused here, is you want to have something like this. So your navbar file is going to be at this exact route. So you're going to have components, navbar, navbar.tsx. Then you're going to have a components folder. And so what you want to do is you want to create a couple files. So I'm going to go ahead and just create the logo.tsx because it's easiest. And now you have a logo that is in your components, which is in your navbar. And the reason why you want to have it set up like this is there's going to be multiple components inside of the navbar. So you're going to have, again, your logo here. You're going to have some links and stuff like that, as well as buttons onto the side. And I think it's important when you're developing to kind of differentiate as much as possible, as well as trying to keep things as like, you know, in line. So right here, I'm going to go and say SFC logo, and then I'm going to say div, and I'm just going to say, hi, this is a logo. Now, what I want to go ahead and do is I want to go into my navbar, so my navbar.tsx, and I want to go ahead and say SFC, I'm going to say navbar, I'm going to say div, and then I want to go ahead and I want to import my logo. So import logo, just like that. So I've imported my logo from /_components logo. There you go. And now, again, we haven't done anything. But if we were to go ahead and go back into our landing page and go back into our page.tsx, so at landing page page.tsx, and I was going to import the navbar, you are now going to see we have our logo inside of our navbar. So I'm importing the navbar from at components navbar. You can now see that I have two components. So I'm going to click back into this. So I have logo, which is rendering this. This is hi, this is a logo. And there you go. Like you nested your files in like a working way that they make sense, and then you can also continue to develop and differentiate as you guys need. So I'm going to go back into my logo, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to import some stuff. So I'm going to say import. I'm going to say import image from next image, just like that. Close this so you guys can see. And I want to import a link from next link. Now what I want to go ahead and do is instead of this div here, I want to remove it, and I want to just have these React fragments. I want to get rid of this text. It says, hi, this is a logo. And I'm going to say link href is going to equal this. Then I'm going to need a thing to close the link, so make sure you have a corresponding link that closes. And then I'm going to say image. Again, we're importing the image from next image here. And then I want to import something like this. So we need to point a logo to represent this image. So this is why you have this broken tag right here, is because we don't have anything actually at this point in our root directory. So what I want to go ahead and do is grab an image. So go into your Explorer here, and then you want to go ahead into your public, and you want to create a folder, and you want to call it logos. Then what you want to go ahead and do is you want to import a logo into that component. So I already have a logo that I've been using previously throughout all of these videos. You guys can go ahead and use it yourself if you want, but it's just called bird logo. So if you want, and if you don't have a logo and you just need a logo really quickly for this project, you can head to this website called LogoIpsum. We're going to be going ahead and using it a bit later in this project, but for right now, all you got to do is go ahead and download it, and then just go ahead and save it to your computer, and then import it, and then go ahead and rename it. So make sure that this is called bird logo. Go back into my logo.tsx, do /logos, and then I'm going to do bird logo like that. And then mine is on an SVG file, it's a PNG. So I'm going to do PNG, and I'm going to change these values to be 150 and 150. 150, and do 150 like that. And then I want to go ahead and put a class name. So class name, I'm going to say the width is going to be equal to 24. Now, if I go back ahead into my project, you can see this being updated. So previously, there was like the broken hair of the logo, but now, the image that we were using, but now we actually have a logo that corresponds to where we're pointing it to. and then it's displaying that. Okay, so then the next thing that we want to go ahead and do is we want to build out the other components. So let's just jump right into that. Okay, so the next component we want to go ahead and build is going to be this one right here. Right here. So what we want to go ahead and do is we want to install this component from shadcn.ui. So I'm going to go ahead and back into my terminal. It's a bit bigger so you guys can see it. And then I'm going to go ahead and copy this command line. So just like that. And I'm going to paste it. So paste. It's going to go ahead and install the package for, not the package, but the code. And then what just happened is if you go back into your Explorer and you go back into your components, you're going to go ahead and see that there's a folder created called UI. And then inside of UI, you're going to have this component. This is perfect. And this is what we're going to be going ahead to build this. This is what we're going to use, I should say. So let's go ahead and let's close this up. And actually, let's open this back up. Sorry. Let's go ahead and create a new component. So inside of your components, navbar underscore components, right click and then say new file, do menu.tsx. Now, what we can go ahead and do is we can already use code that exists. So go back into your shadcn.ui navigation menu, and then where it says code here, I'm going to go ahead and zoom in. We have all of this code here that's been previously written by shadcn.ui, and we can go ahead and just copy and paste it. So click code, click the copy button, and then inside of the menu.tsx, go ahead and paste it. Okay, this is perfect. You're going to see that something is highlighted, so that means we have an error somewhere. Let's go ahead and find out where it is. It's at the top, and it's because we don't have this icons. So what this icons refers to is if you go back into the preview, this right here is what it's talking about. We are not going to have that in our final project, so we can go ahead and just remove it, and I'll show you how that works. So I'm going to go back into here. I want to make this small screen so you guys can see it. Then I'm going to go ahead, so I'm going to just remove icons like this. So you can remove the entire line. Scroll all the way down, and then I will close that. So where it says icons.logo, you can go ahead and just remove that. And now we can actually import our logo into our navbar. So underneath here, we can go ahead and say menu, or not menu, but give me a sec. We're gonna change some stuff. So the first thing I want to do is I want to change this. Instead of being navigation menu demo, I just want to call this menu. Just like that. Okay, and now I want to go ahead and I want to just see what this looks like. So back into our navbar component, we can just import the menu. So import menu, just like that. So /_ components menu. I'm going to go ahead and refresh. Okay, so that's good. You can now see that we have everything appearing. Let's go into a full size. Okay, that's very good. Now, the next thing I want to go ahead and do is I want to go ahead and put these in a flex. So I want to just say class name. I want to say flex, say items, center, justify center. And you now have these in line. And we can continue developing. So I'll remove the justify center because we don't need it now. But just for right now, you can see what is going on as we're developing. So now I want to go back into the menu thing that we just had. So go back into your menu. All I'm doing is I'm clicking the control button, and then I'm just clicking on it for quick access. Okay. Now what I want to go ahead and do is I want to change this up to be a little bit nicer. But before that, I want to go ahead and I want to import some icons. So I'm going to be using React icons. So what I want to do is go into your terminal and run this command. It's called it's npm I react icons. All right, awesome. I'll close this up, and then now underneath here, I'm going to say import. Oh, spelled import wrong. So I'm going to do this. So import do PI book open. Looks like I'm getting the autocomplete here. Book open text light. Text, and then I'm going to use the light version. So it's going to be coming from React Icons PI, and I can show you actually what that is. So if you go ahead and you search up React Icons and you click all the way down to phosphor icons, you can go ahead and see all the icons that I'm going to be using. The reason why I picked this package over any other really one is because I think these icons are like really professional looking, and it's ultimately what I decided to use in the final project, just because of, I think it just looks really nice. But yeah, you guys can go ahead and obviously use whatever icons you guys want. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this. So PI book open text light. Let's put this like this so you guys can see it. I'm gonna say PI file thin. Like that. Do another comma and then do PI sparkle light. Sparkle light. And then I also want to do PI target light. So PI target light. Alrighty, got that. Now I want to go ahead and I want to change some stuff up. So here where it says getting started, I want to go ahead and I want to change this text to say product. And then I want to go ahead and where it says navigation menu content, I pretty much just want to go ahead and delete all of the content inside of this. So where this UL is, all the way down, so for me line 73, all the way down to 100, you can see because it's highlighted. Go ahead and just delete everything, just like that. And then now, if I move this to the side, you can see when I'm hovering over it, nothing is actually happening because I have no content to be displayed. So I want to go ahead and create a div. I want to do this. And I want to do class name. Say flex. And then I want to do a UL. So I'll say UL. I'm going to do class name, grid, padding of 2. On medium-sized screens, I want the width to be 400 pixels. So I'll do 400 pixels. On LG size screens, I want there to be a width of 250 pixels. So I'm going to say width 250 pixels. Then I'm going to say I'm going to have a hover, and it's going to make it a cursor pointer. So cursor pointer, and then I'm going to make a border of R. So make sure you have this. And now when I hover, you can see there's a small little box coming up here, and that's perfect. Then I want to go ahead and say div. I want to say class name, do flex, items center. I'm going to do a gap of 1, and then when you hover over them, over like any of the items, we want to have a certain color. So BG gray, and do 400, and then you're also going to make it divided by 10, as well as a padding 1, and then a rounded of SM. Now here is where I want to import my first icon. So I want to say PI book open text light, just like that. So again, I've imported it earlier, so it's right here. You can always just copy and paste just to make sure, but that's where it's coming from. Then I want to go ahead and say class name text 2XL. I want there to be a margin right of 2, and I want the color of it to be text red 600. And then I'm going to close it, so I just have the closing icon here, or not icon, but syntax. Then I want to say div. I want this to be an empty div, and I'll explain why in a sec. So I'm going to have this A, make sure I have a closing A tag, and then I'm going to say wikis. Then underneath the wikis, I'm going to have a P tag. So I'm going to say P, and then I'm going to say, give it a class name. So class name, I'm going to do text, gray, 400, text, SM, and then there's going to be a light font. So font light. centralize your knowledge is going to be the text knowledge, just like that. And so I'm going to explain kind of what is going on here. So the reason why I have this empty div here is because by default, it will be set to a column. So now, if I go ahead and I hover over it, you can see how I have the icon here on the left-hand side, which is this right here where it says flex items. This is where that's happening. And then underneath I have text. So if I put more text here, so if I did like P again, I say, hi, this is text, it's going to appear underneath this text right here. So do you see how I have the text appearing right here? So, and you can go forever with that. And that's what I have in the final product. So I'm going to keep it like that. But yeah, I just kind of wanted to explain why that div is empty. And yeah, you should also have that div. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and create another div. So let's get rid of all that empty spacing here. And then now, where it says here, so make sure you're underneath this div here, so just above the UL pretty much, you want to go ahead and you want to pretty much just copy and paste this 3 more times. So I'm going to go here, and I'm going to copy, and then I'm just going to paste it just beneath. So now I have 2, so when I hover, you can see that I have 2 now. Then I'm going to go ahead and do this again. So I'm just going to paste it, and then I'm going to go ahead and do it for a 4th time. Okay, so we now have 4. This is exactly what we want. All we need to go ahead and do now is we just need to change the icons that are associated as well as the colors. So starting from the bottom, here we can go ahead and do PI sparkle light. So again, we already previously imported that. And then we can go ahead and just change this to be purple. Just like that. And then let's change the text. So I'm going to say bird assistant. Again, you guys can always change to be whatever you guys want. I'm going to say integrated AI assistant. Okay. Now above that one, I want to go ahead and put docs. I'm going to say simple and powerful. Okay, and then I want to change the icon to be PI file thin, which is the one that, again, we've already imported. Okay, so then the next thing underneath that one is going to be projects. So we're going to do projects, and then I'm going to say for every team and size. For every team or size. And then another thing I want to do is where it says PI file thin, I'm going to change this color to be a yellow. And then above this one, I'm going to do like a blue. So you can, again, obviously change colors to be whatever you want. So I'm going to go and do this. So like that. Now, once I hover, you can go ahead and see kind of the difference of what everything looks like. And if I go back into a full size screen, you can see that this is the exact same. Alrighty. Now, what I want to go ahead and do is I want to build the right hand side of this where it says template gallery, customer stories, and all that sort of stuff. So what I want to do is go back to this, and then here I want to go ahead and say, so let's just find the last one, not here, underneath this UL, so this unordered list pretty much. So I want to go ahead and I want to create another div. So I want to say div, like that, and then I want to do another div underneath this one. So it's going to be not a div, but a UL. So I'll do UL just to stay consistent. And here I want to go ahead and say class name. Actually, let's see what we do. We just copy and paste this to make things a bit easier. So go ahead and just copy and paste all of this from the previous UL, so on line 74 for me, and then go ahead and paste it. So here, just like that. Then we can actually go ahead and let's see what else we can do. copy and paste this. So for this div here, that's inside of the UL, we can go ahead and paste that. So I'm going to say paste, and then make sure you have a closing div. So all I did is I pretty much just copied and pasted, and that's exactly it. Now, again, I want to go ahead and have a div that's empty. The reason why is because I want this to be a column. And then I want to go ahead and I want to just copy and paste the text. So you can really just do this, copy, and then just paste it. So the only difference I really done there is I just have left out the emoji because the icon, just because we don't need it. But let's see what this looks like now. So I'll go back to you can see that there. Bird assistant. Yeah, and pretty much all I did is I just left out the icon. So let's go ahead and let's copy and paste this 2 more times to make things a bit easier. We'll do this. Like this. Copy. And then let's go ahead and paste that. Then let's go ahead and do it one more time. And paste. So now you should have 3 bird assistants. And that is exactly what you need. So let's go to where our first bird assistant is, and we can go ahead and we can just change it to template gallery, and let's do setups to get started, to get you started. And then I want to say, what else can we do? Template gallery, let's see what we have in our final version. Template gallery, customer stories. Customer stories, let's see what it says. Customer stories, and then connections. Let's go back to the code. And then here, we'll do connections. Then I'm going to go ahead and put this text. I'm going to say see how teams use bird. I'm going to say setups, customer stories, see how teams use bird. I don't know. You can really make it anything else. Let's see. Okay, so for customer stories, we'll do see how teams use bird. For connections, we'll do connect your tools to bird. Tools to bird, just like that. And then I'm going to go ahead and just save everything so that it looks a little bit more organized. And I'm using Prettier, the extension for that. So I'm going to show you which one that is. So go ahead and just search up this extension called Prettier. 40 million downloads. Make sure you have this when you're coding. Alrighty. Now we have gone ahead and completed what this one looks like. So that's perfect. And we can go ahead and do the next one. So right here where it says components, I want to go ahead and I want to change it to download. Just like that. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to leave this one alone because I mean, it's not really necessary. But of course, you guys can go ahead and take it and make it your own thing for sure. But pretty much this is the default one that they give you. And all it's doing is it's going through, it's looping through the array here that again was already previously installed. And it is just it's pretty much just pasting it and styling. So we can leave that there because I left it in my final project. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and I want to do a solutions tab. So it's going to be the exact same thing as the download tab. But yeah, let's go ahead and let's do that. So here where it says navigation menu item, you want to go ahead and just copy and paste it. So just like this. So navigation menu item, copy, go beneath it, and then paste. And so instead of saying download, we're just going to call it solutions. And this is just a template, of course. It's not necessary to do this if you don't want to, but I just think it looks nice. Then we also want to do a resources tab. instead of documentation. So I'll do resources. Alrighty, so we now kind of have everything there, and yeah, let's continue building. So the next thing I want to do is I actually want to build out. This pricing kind of tab here that's on the side. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to go ahead and just like this. So go into here where it says dun, 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 dun. Go into where we have our menu, and I want to go actually beneath the resources. So this is okay. So we made a little mistake here. So inside of so you have your solutions, and then we have one more called resources. So that was a little hiccup by me there. Pretty much go ahead and copy and paste that again, and then just paste it here. So we now have solutions and solutions. So change that to resources. And then at the very bottom, go ahead and change that to pricing. Pricing like that. So you should now have 5. So you should have the product, the download, solutions, resources, and then the product on the side here. And the next thing I want to do is I actually want to go ahead and edit the styling of this, because the text is obviously a lot smaller here. So we can go ahead and just change that up. So inside of your navigation menu item, just go ahead and click into it. So if you didn't do that, you can just go into your UI and then just click on navigation menu. What I want to do is where it says text SM, I want to change it to be a bit bigger. I'm just going to try to find out where it was. So give me a sec here. So here, navigation menu trigger style. So this one right here, so line 43. Go all the way to the side where it says text SM, change it to MD. Okay, and then I want to get rid of the font medium, so just get rid of font medium. Okay, everything looks good. And then yeah, you pretty much have you do have the exact same thing. So yeah, if you got to that point, we've built out this entire component now, and we can go ahead and start building out the buttons on the side here. All right. What I want to go ahead and do to begin doing this is I want to do one more thing, which is going to be making this responsive and actually hiding this navbar or the navigation menu on medium-sized screens. So I'll show you what I mean. So if you go back into your menu.tsx and you scroll to the very top, here, you want to go ahead and say hidden. So class name, I'm going to explain what this is. So hidden, and then LG flex. So what this means is I'll put the code here so at the side so you guys can see it. Pretty much exactly that. The code is going to be hidden. So the appearance of the code, obviously, you won't be able to see this unless you're on an LG size screen. And then if you're not, you're going to have, it's going to be hidden. That's exactly what it is. So if it's initially going to start off as hidden, and then LG Flex is going to make it appear on a large size screen. And this is good because when you're using obviously a mobile device or like maybe like an iPad or something like that, anything that's really not like a desktop or a laptop, you want to be using, you kind of want to have this sort of navigation menu. And that's what I kind of meant by this video being fully responsive. Is just like we want to optimize the user experience as much as possible. And that's obviously not going to be the case if you have like a bunch of buttons here at the top. And I just think it looks better like this. So make sure that you have it hidden, and then on a medium-sized screen or larger than a medium-sized screen, you'll have it be visible. Hope that kind of makes sense. I didn't mean to kind of confuse there. But yeah, so that's that there. We can go ahead and start adding in some more buttons. So go back into your components, create a new file, and we're going to call this action buttons. The reason why I call it action buttons is just because it's pretty descriptive. It's kind of indicating that like on this side, these are they're going to be listed over here, and they're going to have different kind of actions that users can use. So let's close this up here, and let's make this a bit bigger so you can see, and then I will make this small. So first thing I want to do is I want to say use client, and then I want to say import React computer, or my keyboard's a bit laggy right now. Give it a second to recalibrate, so import React like this from React, and then I want to say use state. Yeah, my computer's, or my laptop, or my keyboard is just bugging out right now, so let's just see if I can kind of fight through this here. Use state. Then I want to go ahead and I want to import a component from Shadcn UI again. So let's go back into Shadcn UI and let's install our next component. This one's going to be the button. So let's go and npmi and go back into our terminal, and I'm going to paste this. So just like that. And the reason why, I guess maybe I haven't talked about this yet, but the reason why I have two terminals going is, so the one is just to have everything going on localhost 3000, so that's always going to be open. And then the second terminal is to like install packages and stuff like that without like being I guess you could say interrupted. I don't want to have to install something, shut it down, rerun the project every single time. So that's why I have this two kind of terminal approach here. And yeah, now we can go ahead and we can just import. So let's just go look at the component that was created. So into our UI button, here it is. Awesome. Now what I want to do is I want to import this button. So go back into action buttons, say import, say button from @components UI button, and then I want to go ahead and say import. Oh, let's go back a bit. Say import. Say X from Lucid React. So if you had followed the same kind of command line and structure as we were developing, this comes pre-installed with Shadcn UI. It's sort of like their default like emoji icon package. So you already have this. You don't have to worry about it. If not, just go ahead and just install npmi Lucid React, and then you'll have the same thing. So I'm going to say align justify, and then I want to go ahead and say SFC. I want to say action. Oh, let's do this. Action buttons. And then I want to say div. I just want to say hi. Make sure we have a corresponding div to close so we can get rid of the error. Alrighty. So now what I want to go ahead and do is I want to go back into my Navbar, and I actually want to make sure that I can see this. So where's the Navbar? Let's close. Oh, I just missed it, but go back into our navbar.tsx and I want to import this. So import action buttons, just like that. So I'm going to close this up, but you guys can go ahead and see this right here. Alrighty, and now if I go back into here, you can see it says hi. Okay. Where's the code? Now, what I want to go ahead and do is I want to start developing my action buttons. So, first things first is I want to do class name PR of 2, and then I want to say another div. I want to say this right here. Class name items center, justify center, do flex, and then I want to do another div, so div, do class name flex. On extra large size screens, I want to do a space X of 4. Okay, and then I want to use the link. So import link from next link, just like that. And then I want to have an href to redirect once somebody clicks on this. So in this case, it's going to say href and I'm going to do contact sales. So contact sales is where we're going to go, just like that. Then I want to do a class name, and then I'm going to put this on a separate line, or 2 lines. Actually, we can just do 1, it's easier. Let's do LG, size screen, it's going to be flex. Actually, I'll write it like this so it's easier. So hidden, and then I want to do LG flex. So this is the same thing that we're doing with the navigation menu. We only want this to be visible if the screen is larger than a large size screen. So then I'm going to do items center, and then I want to close out the div. So just like that. And then I want to say div request a demo. Now you can see I have request a demo. And if I click on request a demo, you're going to see that I got redirected to a contact sales page. And that's exactly what we have in our actual finished deployed version. You can see that when I click on that, it goes to contact sales. Awesome. Now the next thing I want to go ahead and do is I want to, let's go back to our actual thing so we can see it. And let's go and install some more buttons. So here, I want to go ahead and, this is actually not going to be a button, but this is like a style thing. You don't have to add this if you don't want, but I personally like it. It's going to be this little bar here that you can see that just kind of adds like a nice touch to the website. It makes it look a little bit more professional. So I'm going to say div, and then I'm literally just going to put the icon just like that. So you can see it right there. Yeah, that's pretty much just the straight bar. For me, it's above my enter key, but yeah, I don't know, I'm not sure what it is for you guys, but just shift and then that. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to say another div. So underneath here, create another div. And then I want to say class name. I'm going to say same thing. I'm going to do flex LG space x4 items center padding right of 4. Then I want to go ahead and I want to say link. Actually, we don't need a link here. This can just be a standard div. It's fine because we're only doing the landing page plus the contact page. But I want to go ahead and I want to say button. And I want to close the button. So I'm using a capital B here because that's the Shadcn UI one that we've already installed. But yeah, make sure it's capital B so that you can see it like this. Then inside of this, I want to say class name. Actually, first things first, we'll start with a variant. So I'll do variant. And then I want to do the outline. And again, this is already done for us here. If we go back into our button.tsx, you can go ahead and see all the different variants, and we're going to be using the outline one. So yeah, just make sure you have that. And then do class name. I'm going to do hidden. I'm going to do LG flex. So it's only going to be visible for larger size screens. Do item center. I'm going to do border of none. And I'm going to do text MD size screen, or text MD. Then inside of that, I can go ahead and say login, just like that. And now if we go ahead and refresh, let's just see what this looks like. And you can now see we have a login there. Alrighty, that is perfect. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to do another button pretty much, and it's going to say get bird for free. So here, inside of this, we can go ahead and yeah, we can just add this in here. Actually, let's see. Okay, one other thing is I missed this here, but if you go back up to this icon, you can see that, or not this icon, this, I don't even know what you call it, this character. You can see that it's out of line. You can see it goes up like this. What you want to do to fix that is just class name, do font thin to make it thinner. LG are only going to be visible for on large size screens. Items center, and then we're going to say hidden. And you're going to see that it now went back into place, which is what we want. Alrighty. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to add in another button. So let's go underneath here, but still inside of this. So this is where I was getting a little bit confused. Let's save this to make it a bit easier. Pretty much all we got to do is we just have to copy and paste this right here, like that. Copy, go underneath and paste. So we now have two things that say login. Change it to get bird for free, or get bird free. It's fine. That's what Notion has it as. So yeah, just keep it like that. And now if we go ahead and see, okay, we're having a bit of an issue. And the reason why we have this and this instead is because we have copied and pasted the variant to be outline. So just remove that for the get bird free, and then you now have it like that. So that is perfection, and that's exactly how we want it. The next thing what we want to go ahead and do is we want to actually change. So you can see the fonts are kind of out of sync, and this is, you really won't notice this until you like kind of like look for it, but you can see that these are a little bit more bolded than what we have here, and so we want to try to keep this as consistent as possible. So go back into your button, and go back into your button.tsx, and then find where it says text or text SM. Instead, we want to go ahead and keep it consistent with what we had on the nav menu. So I want to go ahead and I want to change the font, remove the font medium, and then also make this text MD. Now you should have, now these are all going to look the exact same. Alright, that is that. That's good. Now the next thing I want to go ahead and do is I actually want to go back into our, not that, but in our navbar. I want to go ahead and I want to space these out because, I mean, these are kind of like these are all kind of crammed together right now. And the way that I want to go ahead and do that is inside of our navbar here. I'm just going to quickly double check. Here, I want to go ahead and I want to say, I want to create some classes. So I'm going to show you what they are. So first is here. So underneath your navbar, I want to go ahead and I want to say const navbar classes. So const navbar classes equals, and this is not the same operator that we've been using this entire time. This is above, for me it's above the tab. It's like a backtick, and I think it's like a concatenation operator, I believe it's called. But make sure you're not using regular quotation marks like that. You want to be using the backticks here. So I want to say flex item center, say justify between, I want to say space x10, I want to say bg of white, I want the height to be fixed at 14, I want the top to be sticky, so sticky, and I'm going to move this to the side so you guys can see it. The top is going to be 0, and the Z index is going to be 50, so, and the border is going to be B, as well as it's going to be this color. You might not need this, but I'm just going to keep it, so it's going to be light. So I'm going to put this on 2 lines so that it's easier to read, but pretty much just make sure you have this. Okay, so I'll do that, and then I'll break it right here. Actually, let's do this to make it even easier. So make sure you have this right here. Alright, now what I want to go ahead and do is, whereas I had this initially, I want to change this to be the component that we just written. So make sure you have everything removed. Do navbar classes. So this function that we just created, which is just the styling, you're going to see how everything just kind of got spaced out once you applied it. And now to make it so that this is on the left hand side here, we can add another div. So here, go ahead and create another div like this. Say class name, flex items center, justify center. And then this div right here, make sure that it goes underneath the menu. So now when I go back to it, you can see how everything that's on one side or needs to be on the one side is over here, as well as you have the buttons that are being spaced out due to this justify between. So if I remove the justify between, you can see it's going to go back to the center. So make sure you have justify between here, and again, this div is dividing the two into being two different sides. Okay, so then now if I go ahead and I drag, let's see what happens. And it goes away. Perfect. That's exactly what we needed it to do. And now we can actually start working on building out the this component right here. So the one that's going to be visible on mobile. So this is where we left off last. Let's go ahead and let's build out the, I called it the drop-down menu. Yeah, let's go ahead, let's do that. So here, let's go back into our action buttons. I want to go ahead and say this. So I want to create a state, which is going to say const. So here, I'm going to say const, and I want to say is drop down visible. And I want to set the use state to be false. So by default, it's not going to be visible. And I want to say is dropdown visible, and I want to say set. We can use set dropdown visible instead. So you only need the is here. Then I want to go ahead and I want to say const toggle dropdown. This is perfect right here. So we're going to do the opposite. So once you click on it, I'll show you what this looks like here. Pretty much here, once you click on it, it's going to do the opposite. So if it's closed, it's going to open. If it's open, it's going to close. Okay, then I want to say const close dropdown. So say const close dropdown, and I want to say this right here. So set dropdown visible to be the opposite. So is dropdown visible like that. Awesome. Actually, hold on. Nope, this is just gonna be false. Close dropdown, set the dropdown to be not visible. Awesome. So now here, underneath this div right here, we can go ahead and say where we have the space x4. Try to find this real quick. It's gonna be space. So here where we have our space x4, I want to go ahead and I want to say this. So I want to say is dropdown visible like that. I want to say and I want to do a bracket like that. So I want to say div let's see, I'm getting a little bit, my keyboard's lagging a bit here. Do div, make sure we have a closing div, just like this. I want to say on click. I want to say toggle dropdown. So this is the name of the function that we just created up here, and you can see that there. So then next thing I want to do is I want to do a class name. So I want to say class name. So this is inside the same div. I'm going to say rounded. It's going to be full, and then the XL is going to be hidden. So and we can actually make this LG, but I'll leave it for now. Then I want to go ahead and I want to import the icon. So I want to say class name, just like this. But I want to say class name, instead of 6, I'll do 5. I'm going to do items center, do justify center, and then let's see what, I could just leave like this. Okay, now the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and say if the dropdown is not visible. So this operator right here symbolizes that this is the opposite. So this is not true, I want to go ahead and I want to say div, just like this, and I want to say we can do an on click here, so I'll say on click. I want to say toggle dropdown. Then I want to say class name. It's going to be flex. It's going to be LG hidden. Okay. And then I want to say align justify. So pretty much the exact same class thing here. All I did is I changed the icon to be align justify instead. Then what I want to go ahead and do is I want to say if the dropdown is visible, I want to display this component. This component is not built yet, so we won't be able to see it, but let's just import it now. So and I want to say drop down menu, and then we're going to pass it a prop called on close, and it's going to equal close dropdown. So you're going to see that this is an error here, and that's because we don't have this created anywhere. So what we need to go ahead and do is go back into our components and let's create a file called dropdownmenu.tsx. Then what we need to go ahead and do is just do, let's close this up so you guys can see, do sfc, do drop down menu, just like that, tab, go inside the div, say this is a drop down menu. Let's close it. Let's do this, and then let's make sure we have a corresponding div to close. Okay. Now, one other thing I want to do before I go ahead and I import it back is I want to go ahead and I want to create an interface. So this is the beauty of using TypeScript, is we can pass it some props. So I'm going to say interface, drop down menu props, just like that. I want to say on close to be this right here. So make sure, what we need to actually do next is we need to assign it, but make sure your on close here is the same thing here. So if you have to spell this the exact same or else it's not going to work. And that goes with any other props that you're passing in like this. So make sure you have on close, and then we're going to pass this function. So yeah, so here what I need to go ahead and do is I need to go and put a semicolon, and I need to say React FC dropdown menu props, and then I'm going to be passing it the on close. So make sure you have that. And then I'm going to say const handle link click. So link click like that. And then I'm going to be passing it the on close function. So now we have everything that is necessary. So the handle link click is going to be coming in later when we're going to be using an accordion. So this right here is the accordion. And when you click on something, it's going to redirect you to a page. But of course, we're not going to be building all those pages, but this is just for like the UI and UX. If you guys go ahead and do decide to continue building this out. But then now, what I need to go ahead and do is go back into your action buttons, and then you need to go ahead and import this component. So I'm going to import, so just underneath the button, I'm going to say import. Looks like I got the autofill right there, just like that. And this import is actually wrong, so to ensure that we have the right one, let's see. Actually, this might. Oh no, this isn't the right one. This is correct. Yeah. So what we need to go ahead and do is back into our action buttons. Underneath here, we need to go ahead and pass in a div. So like that. Not a div, but a bracket. So make sure you have this line right here. So bracket is drop down visible. If it is visible, that's what this and is saying. Display the drop down menu. And then we're going to pass it this prop, and then make sure you have a closing bracket here. So now if I go back into our project, you can, let's see what it's, let's see, this is visible. I'm gonna refresh this here. Okay, let's see, and there you go. You can go ahead and see our operator is visible. And just like that, we have done exactly what we need to do. One other thing I want to do is I want to just add a little bit of a margin right, so MR2 to the align justify. The reason behind that, oh, this needs to be lowercase, is because I just want to get off that side just a little bit. But yeah, there you go. We now have everything kind of in place. so we can go ahead and start building out our drop-down menu. And yeah, let me go back to this. Okay, let's go back into the drop-down menu. And there you go. You can kind of see, so if you click it, you can see that the drop-down menu becomes visible. And now we need to style this to obviously take up this space here. So the first thing that we're going to want to go ahead and do is say class name width screen. I'm going to do h screen. I'm going to do a background of white, px of 4. I'm going to do items center, and then we're also going to have a justify center as well as some other stuff. So let's make this as visible as possible. I'll break this up so that you guys can see it. I'm going to do justify center. We're going to do an absolute. We're going to have a right of 0. And then on extra large size screens, we're going to have this be hidden, so this will not be visible. Okay. Now the next thing I want to go ahead and do, you can kind of see it coming together right here, is, yeah, I mean, this is just a great start. We actually want to go ahead and install another component from ShadCNUI. So I'm going to go ahead and go into the components, and I'm actually going to install the accordion. So that's the exact one we need. I'm going to go ahead and install this. Let's see, terminal. Let's go to this. You don't have to do no terminal if you don't want to. You can always just click this to make this appear. But I'm just going to paste it. So paste. And then we are going to have the accordion. Alrighty, so we have the thing ready to go. And now I'm going back into the Explorer. You can see this is the accordion here. Awesome. So now what I want to go ahead and do is back into the drop-down menu. Close this up again. I want to say accordion. So I want to say just like this. Actually, let's just import everything how ShadCNUI has it. So let's remember to do this. So where it says usage, we can go ahead and just copy it, save you some time. Go to the very top and just paste it. So I'll do paste. Alrighty, and then we can actually go ahead and import our button as well. So we'll say import. Let's do button like this. And then we can also import our link. Not from Lucid React, but from Next link. Make sure you don't get the same autocomplete that I did. Next link like that. And it's not going to be in a bracket, it's going to be like this. No brackets on the link. Alrighty. And now we can go ahead and just start importing some icons. So for these icons, I'm going to be using the Lucid ones. I just think they're really easy to use. And they also do a good job here. So I'm going to say import. Do a bar chart. I'm going to do code. Do $sign. Like this. Headphones. I'm going to do paint bucket. So again, these have nothing really to do with the project. Like these are just placeholder. You can always go ahead and just kind of change them to be as you guys want. But yeah, let's just do settings. And then we'll do users, not users, but just user plus. Alrighty, and then I'm going to say from, and I'm going to do Lucid React just like this. Now, if I'm not mistaken, everything should be, make sure you have a comment there. Everything should be working, and it does. Okay. Now what we need to go ahead and do is import the accordion. So do accordion, just like this. And then I'm going to say default value. So the reason why I'm doing default value, and I can explain this, I'm just going to call this, make sure this is a string. So do item 1 like that. So the reason why I'm doing a default value is I want there to be one accordion item that is open by default. So if you look at the actual Notion website, or if you look at the finished copy here, you can see that this one is already open. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. So we're replicating this exact thing. So if I go to Notion, this is just for example, so you don't have to do this. But if you go to Notion, you can go ahead and you can click it. You can see how this one is already open, and that's the same thing that I was able to replicate on my website too. So yeah, this is just sort of just like a preference if you want to have this or not. So then I'm going to do class name. I'm going to have a padding left of 2, not margin left, but PL of 2. New type, and I'm going to say this is a single, and then I'm going to say this is collapsible. Then let's close this accordion so the air goes away. And let's go back. So we are missing our close icon, which is interesting. And I think I know why. But pretty much you want to go ahead and do accordion. So accordion item, like this. I do class name, empty of 6, border of B. And then I want the value that is tied to this accordion item to be the same as what our default value is. So that's why it's going to be open. So you're going to do value, and then you're going to do item 1. And make sure you have a corresponding accordion item. Okay, let's see. Get in there. Just need to figure out why the drop-down menu is not super visible. Let's try to. Okay, let's do MT20 on the drop-down menu. Okay, so that's what it was. Pretty much all I had missing there was I was missing this MT20. Make sure you have the MT20 there. Pretty much what it was just covering it. So you can see how I'm flipping between the two now. It's no issue. But yeah, just make sure you have MT20 here in the class name, and it will be visible. Then I want to go ahead and go back. So just beneath this one, I want to go ahead and do accordion trigger. So I'll do trigger, close it like that. Say use cases. So see if it's visible. Okay, it's not. There it is. It's visible now. Interesting. Oh, so my mistake. Okay, remove the MT20 again, and then now I think. Okay, keep the MT20. I don't even know what's going on right now. Give me a sec. So keep the MT20. This is just the beauty of developing sometimes, you know. MT20, let's see. If I did like MT2, okay, 10 it is. We're gonna keep it at 10 here. And we will revisit why this in a bit later. But for right now, let's just continue. So then underneath here, I want to go ahead and I want to do accordion item. So accordion, not item, but content. So I'll do this. And again, I want to do a default value. So I want to say default value. And I want to say item 1. Alrighty, and let's do a class name also. So here I'll say class name space y2, and then we can go ahead and put our link. So again, these links are not going to work. I hope that kind of was clear. That's because I'm not actually going to go ahead and be building out all these pages. Like, of course, the redirection will work, but the pages are not going to actually be anywhere. So if you guys are looking for like a more complete tutorial of how to like actually build out these pages and have everything kind of be connected seamlessly, I have a Loom 12-hour video clone on the channel that you guys can go ahead and watch. I kind of talk about more, but pretty much it's just a matter of creating a folder with the same name and then creating a page.tsx and then styling it how you ever need it to. So here I'm gonna just do, I'll just do e-commerce. Sure, it's fine. It's not the most important right now. Then I want to go ahead and say this. So like that, do class name, I'm gonna do a flex, and then on the click, I want there to be the handle link click. Okay, and now I want to say div, say user, do bar chart, whatever icon that you've imported here, just go ahead and use that. Okay. So then now underneath this one, I want to go ahead and say div, like this, and then I want to just say sales. I'll put these on the same line so it's easier to see, but there you go. You can go ahead and see it on the left-hand side there. Now that it's visible. Next thing I want to do is I want to just say text orange 400. So that, and then I will make this a bit bigger. Alrighty, so with that being said, that's pretty much everything right there that we're going to be covering here. And now you have the accordion working, just like that. So we're going to go ahead and copy this a bunch more times, just to save some time, so you guys can obviously take it and do whatever else you want with it, but I think just in terms of content, that kind of covers all the things you need there. So here's the link, again, paste. We're going to do this like, I don't know, 4 more times, however many times. How do I have it? Okay, I have like 7 here or something. So I'll do, I don't know. You guys kind of get it by now, I think. Paste, and then as they go, they just appear. So I'm going to go ahead and change the icons of what they are. So I think I had, so instead of bar chart, I'll just do like code, and I'll just say code. I think I had $sign, or something like that. $sign, growth, I don't know. This is all placeholder at the end of the day. Headphones. And yeah, you guys kind of get it by now. And then you can always change the colors, do whatever else you guys want in terms of customization. Okay. Now I'm gonna just go ahead and copy and paste this a couple more times. Again, I have all the links down below if you guys want to go ahead and check it out for yourself. But pretty much I'm just gonna copy and paste this 3 more times just to save everyone some time here. So where it says accordion content, actually not accordion content, sorry, that's a mistake. Here, the next thing you want to do is where it says accordion item, you want to go ahead and copy and paste that. So we'll go to copy. Let's just save this first. So accordion item, so for me, line 97 all the way up to 52. I'm going to go ahead and copy it, and then I'm going to paste it. So paste, and I want to remove this right here, which is keeping them both open, which is this value item 1. So remove that, and then I want to go ahead and I want to remove this as well. So just like that. Value is missing. So what you want to do is you want to say value, and you want to say item 2. There you go. So now you can see only one of them can be open at the same time. And of course, we can just change the name. So instead of use cases, we can just call this for business. And make sure, again, you have these values are different. So there you go. Let's go ahead and let's do this again. So accordion item, go ahead, copy it, and then let's paste. And then I'm just going to go ahead and do it again, paste, save some time. This one here, I think I'll just change it to 4, and then here, I think I'll just change it to like 3 or something. I don't even know. There you go, okay. For business, for customers, this is random text, I'm just thinking of for business, and then the last one for entrepreneurs. Let's call it that. Is that even how you spell it? I don't know. Let's just leave it at this. Okay. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and I want to build these right here. So pricing and request demo. So these are not going to be accordions, but we're going to make it look like it's kind of in line with it. So here, what I want to do is go to, so underneath the last one that we just created, I want to go ahead and I want to say link, like that. And then I want to do href, and then I want to do a pricing page. So we are not going to build this page, so it's not necessary. Actually, we can just leave it at we'll just leave it like this for now. We don't need it to go to pricing because that page doesn't exist, but that's how you were to do it if you were to create a pricing page. So then I'm going to say flex1, say item center, say justify in between, do a padding y of 4, and then I'm also going to have a border of b. So border b, like this, and then let's do that. And then let's just say pricing. Okay, let's see what it looks like. Alright, looks okay. Looks like how it needs to kind of look, I guess. What we need to do is now do the next thing for request a demo. So here, request a demo. So copy this pretty much and paste this again. So let's do that, copy, and then let's paste. So we now have pricing again. Let's do request a demo. And this one we actually are going to be building on this page, so I'm going to make sure that this actually works. So contact sales is going to be the href, and now when you click on it, you're going to get redirected to a page. And we personally have not built this page yet, so if you get this, that's fine. But later on in the video, we're going to be creating a contact sales page. Okay, so that is this so far. What we need to go ahead and do now is actually go ahead and start doing the buttons. So buttons are going to be these buttons here, right here, get bird for free, and then the login. But we want to go outside of the accordion, go ahead and create another div. So basically the second last one, say class name, gt12. We're going to do another div. We're going to say class name space y4 flex call, say px4, and then I'm going to say a link, and then I'm going to say href is not going to be anywhere, so we can actually just remove this link. To be honest with you, we don't need it. But I'll just put a button. So I'll say button. So I've already imported it. I'll do class name, width is going to be full. Make sure you have a closing button tag, and then this is going to say get bird free. So then if we go ahead and we look at what it looks like, it says this, get bird free. Okay, looks good. Now the next thing we want to do is pretty much just copy and paste this again. So here we can just copy this, and then we can just paste it. So paste. All right. And what we want to do is we want to just say, we want to just provide a bit of a margin. So do mt10, and then just say login. Login, and then we can, for this variant, we can just make this be the outline. So variance equals outline. All right, I think mt10 is too much. We can do like 4. I think it'll be better. Let's do 4. And yeah, there we go. We now have everything looking exactly how we want it to. And what we need to do is we need to make this padding be a little bit more exact now. So inside of your accordion, we want to go ahead and play around with the styles. So let's go to, where did we have this here? So where's the accordion? Accordion here. First thing I want to do is I want to remove I want to just make sure I have this right. On the text, okay, the text can remain the same. So let's just find where this is. Text should be, okay, so text SM here. We need to find out where we have this font medium. So font, let's find out, just quickly searching where this is. So where it says font medium, go ahead and remove this. Okay, that's good. And then now what I want to go do is, so everything looks the same, which is good. And now what we need to do is make the pricing and the request demo have a more like padding in between. So let's go back into our drop down menu, and then where it says pricing, we have padding Y4, which is interesting. What if we did like 6 or something? Okay, yeah, just change it to 6, and I think that will, that and then it will become exact. All right, that's good. We have that now. Alrighty. So I think with that being said, that kind of covers really all of it. The only difference really here is the button is a little bit different, darker color on the finished version, and we can go ahead and just change it really quickly. So here, what we want to go ahead and do is where it says button, instead of BG primary, just change it to BG black. There you go. So it is now black. So that's all I did, is I just changed this. It was BG primary and changed it to BG black. Awesome. So I think with that being said, that kind of completes our navbar section. You can now drag and drop or drag to left and right, and you can kind of see how everything kind of changes nicely as we build it. So this is kind of what it's like building out, what should I say, like fully responsive applications. This is kind of like you kind of have to go the extra mile with different resizing and stuff like that, but it's not too difficult once you get the hang of it. And yeah, so that kind of concludes our navbar. And yeah, let's go ahead and let's just jump right into building out the hero section next. Let's go ahead and let's build out the hero section now. But before we do that, I want to go ahead and make a small change here, as maybe you've probably noticed here. These are very close together, whereas these are very spread out. So what we want to go ahead and do is go into our navigation menu. Let's close this file again. And where we have our, let's make this in the middle so you guys can see it. We want to go ahead and make it so that there's not as big of a space in between. So I want to say px, let's say 2. I'm going to refresh this here. See what this looks like. Okay. px of, let's say 1 now. And then you can see that it's much tighter. So I think for this project, I went ahead and I just kept it at 2. So just make sure you, for line 44, just change the px to 2 there. And then you'll get the same thing. So you can kind of see how that looks now. All right, so let's go and let's create our hero section. So inside of our landing page, we want to go ahead and create a new file. We're going to call it the hero section. In previous projects, I've called this the first section. You guys can call it whatever you want. But hero section is, I think, more like the community standard. So we'll just leave it at that. Home, I guess, home section, I don't know. Whatever you want to call it, just call it that. Then let's just jump right into it. So we'll say SFC. We'll do hero section. Then I'm going to say div. Say this is the hero. Then what we want to go ahead and do is we want to import this component into our page.tsx. So at landing page, page.tsx, underneath we can go and say hero. And then we're getting the autocomplete, which is good. And it's going to come from /hero section because it is in the same level of the folder. Alrighty, and there you go. You now have the component right there. Perfect. So let's go ahead and let's import a bunch of stuff that we're going to be needing. And yeah, we can get started with frame motion as well in this project. Let's go back into the hero section. And let's go and say, at the very top, we want to say use client. Then I want to say import the button from at components, UI button. I want to import the image. So I want to say import from next image. I want to import the link. I want to go and say import motion from Framer Motion, which we do not have installed, but we will install it right now. Import motion from Framer Motion. You're going to see that we're going to have this right here. So what we need to go ahead and do is just do npmi Framer Motion. Then it's going to say, it's going to go away after a bit. Let's just give it a couple seconds and okay, it went away. Then I want to say import use a ref, just like this, from React. And then import use media query. And we're also going to need this from another package. So it's going to be from React responsive, like that. So just go ahead and do npmi React responsive. Okay, it's going to go away. Then we can say import. We're going to import our use state. So use state like this, as well as all of our icons. So we already have the icons done. So I'm just going to go quickly find where we have them imported. I'm just going to copy and paste. So here, I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste. So this is inside my menu.tsx. We go back into where my hero section is, here. And then I'm just going to import them like this. So let's go to paste. And just like that, we have all of them there. Then we want to go ahead and create some tabs. So these tabs are going to refer to this part right here. So these are going to be tabs. As you can see, as when you hover over them, there becomes this effect. You have this like sliding in with the text here, as well as the image updates, depending on which one is currently has the mouse active over it. Then on smaller size screens, it goes ahead and it kind of resizes to this. So we need to conditionally make it so that the state captures whether or not we're on a small screen, and then if we're on a small screen, we want to have a certain set of styles. So this right here, and then once we get to a larger size screen, we want to have more. And we're going to do all that with an array. I'm going to show you how to do that right now. So first thing you're going to want to go ahead and do is say const tabs. So just like this. Then you want to create an array, and then you want to say, let's just close the array like that. And I will space these out so that it's a bit easier to see. And then in the array, we're going to have an icon. And in the icon, the icon is going to be like this. It's going to be pi sparkle. So the one that we have right here. So you can just copy it, make things easier. Just paste. Okay, that did not do what I wanted to do. Well, I'll just type it out, it's fine. Sparkle light. Then I want to say class name, the text to be 3XL. I want there to be a margin right of 2. I'm using a new keyboard here, so it's kind of a little bit different to my normal typing experience, but yeah, let's do that. BG is going to be purple. It's going to be 100. We're going to have a rounded full, so just like that. And then we're also going to have a padding of 1. So make sure you have text 3XL, margin right, text purple, BG purple, P1, rounded full. Okay, now the next one you do is we need to close this, of course. So that way we have the error goes away. I'm going to go ahead and make this a bit smaller. And I'm actually going to zoom out a bit so that it's not too difficult. But then every tab is also going to have, so make sure you're outside of this here. I want to put a name. So, okay, let's not do that. Do name. It's going to be AI. Then I'm going to say it's going to be a feature. So this feature is only going to be specific to the AI tab. And what that's going to do is it's going to be able to allow us to create this sort of like badge effect right here. So you say where it says now with Q&A. I'm going to be able to conditionally render the logic to display this depending on whether or not this index is what we want to display. So you'll see how the other ones don't have that, and that's like done specifically. So we're going to say feature, and then we're going to say now with Q and and a, just like that. Make sure we have commas after everything so that the errors go away. Then I want to say description. And then I want to say the text. So you can, I'm just going to copy and paste the text. You guys can obviously put whatever text you guys want. So I'm just going to go like this. And then I'm going to put this in a string. And I'm just going to paste it like that. Ask literally anything, a bird will answer. Okay, so that's pretty straightforward. Then the next thing we want to do is we want to have a more. So the more is going to refer to this right here. So when you actually hover, you can see that this arrow is going to appear with some learn more text. So that's why I call it. You guys can call it learn more. I'm just going to call it more because it's easy. So make sure you have a comma and then just say more. And then you want to go ahead and say div. And then let's do class name, text, purple, 600, flex items center. And then we're going to say learn more. And we're going to have a PA or PI arrow right. So like this. And then we're going to have class name, which is going to be text, SM, and the margin left is only going to be 1. So import arrow right from here, and then you should be good. Okay, so then we're going to do image, and then we are going to have it rendered to this. So we're going to say assets, and then we're going to say groovy doodle. So if you're wondering what this is even referring to, so that's just going to be the images. I'm going to go ahead and actually get the images right now so that you guys will also have them as we're developing. Right now, what we need to go ahead and do is head to this website called Open Doodle, like this, Open Doodles, maybe. Yeah, Open Doodles. And then you're going to want to go ahead and say, so these are going to be the doodles we're going to be using, which are completely free, which is good. And you want to scroll all the way down to, I think it's generator. Oh yeah, okay, it was generator. And what we want to go ahead and do is we want to click the create, and we want to go ahead and change the colors. So let's see what that looks like. It should be theme. Okay, so that will change all the colors. We just want to change, we want to customize it a little bit. But so here, let's see. Of course, you guys can change it to be whatever color you guys want, but I want to try to find which one it was that I don't know. I can't remember which one I had. I think it was. Let's change this back to like a white. Okay, maybe not that. At the end of the day, you guys can go ahead and play around with it yourself, but I'm pretty sure I had something like this. I'm gonna go ahead and use the images that I already have, but pretty much all you gotta do is click download pack, and then it will download to your computer. And then what you need to do is this. So I'm gonna show you. So this is the, I'm gonna find it real quick. So I'm going to go all the way down to my public folder, and I'm going to create a component. I'm going to call it assets, so new folder, assets, and then I'm going to go ahead and just drag and drop all of the like the files into my folder. So I'm just going to quickly do this. Actually, I'm just going to copy and paste this over. Again, you guys, if you guys want to use the same assets as me, save yourself some time. But yeah, pretty much that's all you have to do. I'm just gonna put everything in the link down below. But there you go. So I have all of them here, and you can of course go ahead and use them yourself. So just go ahead and check it out on my GitHub. But this is to get the exact same colors. But this is how I did it, as I just played around with this to get it what I wanted it to be, and then it just kind of changed. So yeah, that's that. All right, now I'm gonna go ahead and let's resolve some issues here. So now that we actually have a file, so we have Okay, let's move this back. We now have everything kind of working as needed. Just gonna refresh that and then it's gonna go away. So we have everything that we need here. I'm gonna go ahead and copy and paste this a bunch of times. Actually, yeah, let's just copy and paste this. So we're gonna need to do this 3 times. So paste here, and then do this again, Control V, and Control V. So we now have all of the things that we needed to do, or we have enough, I should say. And now let's just go ahead and let's just start changing some stuff up. So instead of, on the second one, instead of being sparkle light, we can go ahead and just do BI book open text, or PI book open text. So PI book open text light. We'll do red here, 600, and then we're gonna say, instead of that, we'll do wikis. We'll do, this one's not going to have a feature, so make sure that you remove the feature. Then we want to go, and where it says description, I want to go ahead and say centralize your data, centralize, or your knowledge I should say, centralize your knowledge, make it accessible. Then again on the third one, I want to go ahead and say target light, so PI target light, text blue 600. Then I want to say projects, and I want to remove the feature again because we don't want this one to have the featured badge. And then we're going to say manage complex projects without the chaos. Okay. And then for the last one, what we want to go ahead and do is again remove the feature, and then I want to say docs. Okay, we're going to say simple, powerful, and collaborative docs. That works. Let's change the color to be yellow. Let's say the BG purple 100 is going to be yellow. Let's see here, let's just do yellow. And all right, so we can just go ahead and start changing the colors now. So this one is blue, so let's change this to blue. This one needs to be blue as well. And then here we need to do red as well as red. Okay, so I think that looks pretty good. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to change these images. So the first one can stay the same. We can keep it at the groovy doodle. Then we're going to go ahead and do a plant doodle. And then I want to go ahead and do a, let's do a coffee doodle. So if you're wondering how this is possible, pretty much if you go into my GitHub repository and you copy the exact same thing, you can go into assets and then they've already named what each of these are. So we can go ahead and just use them. So for this last one, I'll give you an example. This one's called float doodle. I haven't named any of these, by the way. Like, this is just what it came as when I downloaded the package. But yeah, we'll just change it. You can just change to any of these. Awesome. So now the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and say const. I want to say active tab, set active tab. The use state is going to be tabs is going to be 0. We need to pass this in. So say tabs 0 like this, which means we're going to set it to, so the first index is going to be 0. So anytime you're working with JavaScript or Java in general, this is always 0. I mean, really any array in any language, I think, is actually 0, 1, 2, and 3. So the default one is going to be 0. So if you go ahead, and again, if you guys go ahead and check this out, you can see how this one is the one that's always active first. So it has the animation already applied to it. That's pretty much it. Then I want to go ahead and say, const is small screen. So we're going to conditionally render a different screen, whether or not it is a small screen or not. So I want to say use media query. And instead of saying this, I want to say max width is equal to 767. Okay, now we have that. And we can go ahead and actually start, rendering some stuff. So let's do div class name medium size screen. We're going to do items. I'll make sure to close this before I start developing. And I'm going to zoom in more so you guys can see. So I'm going to say items center. We're going to do flex call. And again, let's just move these to the side so you guys can see at the same time. Okay. Then the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and say another div. So div, and I'm going to say class name, and I want to say font is going to be medium. So right now what we're doing is we're building out this. I just want to reiterate, we're building out this right here. But we've already set things up so that this can work too. But yeah, so font medium, and then I'm going to say so 2 XL size screens, I want the width to be 1/3. So this is what I developed on originally, like a desktop with like a monitor. So then we're going to do width is going to be 2/3 for medium size screens. And then in between these, I'll do an XL. So XL is going to be width 1/2 like that. Then for LG size screens, I want there to be a PX of 0. But for everything less than that, I want to do a PX of 8. I want the text to be really big, so 5XL. And then for extra large screens, I actually want the text to be 6XL. Then I'm going to say flex, justify, scroll this down so you guys can see. Justify center. And then I'm going to say XL is going to be font medium. Actually, we don't need XL font medium, we already have it here. So we can remove this. And then we can say XL PT is going to be 14. We're going to have the text be centered, and then spell it correctly, and then everything else is going to be just PT of 6. Okay, so now let's go ahead and let's say write plan share with, let's do capital. Actually don't even know. I'm thinking maybe it might look better like this. Plan share. I was just thinking whether or not we should do capitals or not, but you can go ahead and start seeing the text come together. And then I'm going to say with AI at your side. Okay, there we go. We have everything else. If I'm not mistaken, I think you can also do like BR, something like this. I'm going to try this out. You don't have to do this if you don't want to, but with AI at your side. So what this does is it pretty much ensures that this line will only ever have, this will only ever be at the top. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So it does like a line break and ensures that you will only ever have this text at the top. Kind of makes sense. Like this will be one above the other, which is actually, I think, kind of what they have here, which is fine. But it's not something that I originally included. And now that I'm looking, see how it kind of resizes like that? You can kind of, I don't know. It's kind of your choice what you want to do there. If you always want to make sure that this is 3 words only at the top, or if you kind of want to have something where it kind of resizes as you go. Either way, it's not going to look bad, but I think just for now, I'm just going to remove the line break because, I mean, why? You see that? How it kind of gets a little funky? You know what? Just for the sake of this example, I'm just going to keep it. So that way it looks like that. Okay. Then the next thing I want to go ahead and do is underneath this div, so the one that we just created that has a bunch of classes in it, I want to go ahead and I want to put a p tag. So I want to say p, and then I want to say class name, I want to say text is going to be 2XL. I want to say a PT of 4. I want the text to be centered. The width is going to be 2/3. MX auto. And then I want to say this text, I'm just going to copy and paste, save some time. So bird is the connected workspace where better, faster work happens. It's actually a pretty good slogan, I will not lie. And it's true. Jump in the Discord. A little promo right there. But yeah, so that's kind of bird is the connected workspace where better, faster work happens. Now, if we go back to our example, we can kind of start seeing the text come together like that. Now, again, underneath, I guess, right above the last div, go ahead and create another div. So we're going to say div, class name, flex, gap 4, PT of 6, item center, we say justify center. So this is going to be the entire thing. And then we're going to be passing in a link. So I'm going to say link is going to be href, is going to be just like this. And then I'm going to say button. Again, we've already imported the button, but if you have not, it's right here. So import button. Let's go ahead and do this button. We'll do a class name of padding y1. So we have the button coming together here. I want to say div. So class name is going to be flex, items, center, justify, center. And then inside of this div, we are going to say div again. I'm just going to say class name, text LG, and then I'm going to say get bird free. And then just like that, we have the text right there. Awesome. The next thing we want to go ahead and do is we want to actually put the arrow. So I'm going to say div, and then I'm going to say PI arrow right. So just like this, PI arrow right. Close that, and there we go. We now have the arrow. It's going to load in a second here, just like that. And let's actually add some classes to it. So inside here, we can go ahead and say class name. We'll do a ML of 2 so that they're a little bit spaced out, and that's a lot better. Awesome. Now, what we want to go ahead and do is underneath this div right here. So again, 1 from the bottom, we want to go ahead and start rendering in the images, or the tabs and then the images. So I'm going to say, again, let's just save this so that everything looks neat and tidy. I'm going to go ahead and say this. I'm going to say div. Div is going to be class name PT of 10. On extra large screens, I want the PT to be 20. I want to say items are going to be centered. And I also want to justify everything in the center on the x-axis. Then I want to use the image from next image, and I want to display an image. So I'm going to say, in this case, src, and I'm going to just leave. I'm going to leave it for right now because it's not important, but I'm going to come back to it in a second. So this is wrong. We don't want this. Width is going to be 1,000. The height is going to be 1,000, and then here the class name is going to be flex items, not start but centered. Justify center. We're going to have an MX of auto, a width of 60, and then I believe on extra large screens, so I'm going to break this up so you guys can see it. On extra large screens, we're going to have a width of 80, so extra large width of 80. Okay, and make sure that we also have the corresponding syntax. So let's close this, close the image tag. And now, when you go ahead and see it, we don't have this image. So let's go ahead and let's do reading side doodle. And again, we should have our image. So that was given to us by Open Doodles. I'm gonna go ahead and find it somewhere around here. Reading side doodle, that's the one I used. Alrighty, now we have our image, which is, yeah, just like that. The next thing that we want to go ahead and do is underneath this div. So again, I'm going to save everything up. Just going to click File, click Save, and then it's going to automatically align things for me. I want to go ahead and say is small screen. So this is again something that we've created already up here. You'll see this like that. We're going to say is small screen. We're going to do a question mark, and then we are going to say C. We're going to put a div, and this div is, let's make sure that we have the right stuff here. So div, there needs to be a corresponding div, like that. So what we want to go ahead and make sure is we have a question mark, we have a div, and we're going to say class name, padding x is going to be 8, div is going to be another div here. So again, make sure we have a closing div. I'm not sure why I'm not getting really the auto complete here. It's making me do it every single time, it's fine, but yeah, just a little interesting. So we'll do class name, grid calls for, like this, MD, I'm going to say row span 1, and then I'm going to go ahead and say, let's make this way easier to read. So we have row MD row span 1. I want there to be a gap of 4. So gap 4 on extra large screens and larger. I want to do a gap of 6, and then I want there to be a margin top of 8. Then for extra large screens, I also want there to be a px of 0. So XL px 0, just like that. And now I want to go ahead and I want to loop through the array of tabs that I've just created so that we can get this effect right here. Again, I'm going to make sure that I can see this. So it looks like we're missing a div, which is fine. We will come back to it in a sec. So let's do inside of this, to make sure you're right here. Let's just quickly figure out what this is about. All right, we'll fix this in a second. You're not gonna be able to see anything right now, which is fine, but just leave it for now, and then we will see. I believe what it is you need to have this, and then there needs to be something here, and then underneath here you should have a div, if I'm not mistaken. That's fine. So I'm just gonna leave it for now. But I'm gonna go ahead and do this. So tabs dot map like this, and then I'm gonna say motion dot div. So we're not using a regular div here. We're using a framer motion div. Say motion dot div, and this is pretty much actually exact, except for a couple classes. So I'm gonna say key tab dot name. I'm gonna do a class name, and then I'm going to do a bracket, and then I'm going to do a backtick. So again, this is not that's not like a string. It's like a concatenation thing. So flex. I'm going to do P1, and then I'm going to do MD. I'm going to do a padding of 8, and then I'm going to do a cursor pointer. Okay. Then the next thing I want to go ahead and do is I want to conditionally render like which tab is active. So I'm going to show you how to do this now. Pretty much go ahead and do a $sign. So pretty much exactly like this. So $sign here, and then I'm going to say active tab tab.name is equal to tab equals tab.name, And then I want to go ahead and I want to put some classes. So here I want to say rounded. I want it to be MD. MD is going to be rounded XL. The BG is going to be this specific hex code. So I'll do this F6, F5, F4. And then I want to say BG. So I'll break this all up. Actually, no, don't break it up. It has to be in one line. I forgot. Okay. So we're going to do this. We're going to do on medium-sized screens. The BG is going to be white. The border is going to be gray 200. MD, we're going to have a border. And then I'm also going to do items center, justify center. So go back. So items center, justify center. Flex is going to be padding 1. Alrighty. Now the next thing I need to do is here. I want to say pretty much nearly identical classing, but classes but a little bit different. So we'll do MD. It's going to do the same BG. So BG, this color here. So F6, F5, F4. You're going to do a rounded MD. We're going to do XL, which is going to be rounded XL. We're going to do a padding of 1. Items are going to be center, justify center, and then hover is going to be BG, this specific color. So BG, what is it called? So we're going to do EA E7EC. And just like that, we have now all the class names that we need. What we want to make sure to go ahead and do is to delete these 2. These are unnecessary. And these 3 actually, now that I think about it. And we will have an on click here. So let's, first of all, let's do this. Just like this. And then I want to say on click. I want to do this. So when you click on something, it's going to set it to the active tab. Then I want to go ahead and add in a bunch more classes. So give me a sec here. But pretty much what we need to do is I'm going to delete all of this. You don't have to do, just give me a sec to kind of explain what's going on. There you go. Should be, oh my goodness, okay. Okay, so I'm going to explain exactly what just happened. Pretty much, I needed, I can kind of show you, you won't be able to see anything yet because we're not rendering anything. But pretty much what happened was here, when you have, so I can kind of explain first the active tab. What we're saying is if the tab is active, we want to have this set of classes, okay? If it's not active, we want it to have this set of classes. Sort of makes sense? And then we're also saying that this is only visible if it is a small screen, because again, on a small screen, we only want this to be visible, right? So right now, what we need to go ahead and do is on small screens, we need to be able to allow this functionality to happen. And the way we're doing that is we're putting this on click. So whenever you click on something, it switches to what is needed to be prompted. So right here, what we need to go ahead and do is, so just underneath where we have this on click, again, make sure you have this right here. This is very common to forget. Make sure you have a corresponding backtick here. And then now what we need to do is say div, not caps, just regular div. We're going to say class name flex call. We're going to do items center justify center. Well, it's only going to be for medium-sized screens, so we're going to do mx auto. Then we're going to say div, so class name going to be hidden, but for medium-sized screens it's going to be visible. And then we're going to say text for XL. and we're going to say tab.icon. So now, if we go ahead and see it, it's kind of come together now, but the icons are not there, but they will be in a sec. And the reason why they're not there is because we've hidden it. So you can kind of see that we have no icons here. But if we went to like a bigger size screen, we should, if I'm not mistaken, we should start seeing them in a sec. Now, what we need to go ahead and do is this. So tab.icon, I'm going to say div, do class name, font is going to be medium, text SM, XL, which is going to be text LG. We're going to have a margin top of 1, and we're going to have a tab.name. So just like this, and we should start seeing some stuff. So this is a very common thing to get in development. So all you gotta really do is just refresh. And there you go. We now have tabs, and you can go ahead and click on them and they will appear. And so the reason why we have that possible is what it's doing is it's looking into our array here and it's grabbing all the names. So if instead of projects we call this hi, you're going to start seeing that this is going to change to hi. And that's how you're going to be able to scale this project very quickly, is by having like all the information just be laid out exactly like this. Okay, now the next thing I want to go ahead and do is I want to display the content based on what tab is active. So if I click on the wikis, I want to have a wikis picture here. So to be able to do that, I want to gonna have to go ahead and do this. So let's just comment what is going on here. So do a back thing like this, and then let's just say content based on which tab is active. So we can kind of break our code apart, and it makes sense when you're looking back at it. You don't need to put this if you don't want to, but I think it's good to always comment out your code like that. Then what we want to go ahead and do is, actually, let's just copy this. I put this on the wrong line. I want to put it, the corresponding div for this one is here. We want to put that div, yeah, okay, makes sense. So beneath this div here, we want to go ahead and put another div. So that's where we can put the, we can put our comment. So paste. The reason why it needs to be outside this div is it has to be outside of this array. So we've just looped through this and we've set all these classes. So that's what this refers to. And we now need to operate outside of that, and we need to go around here. Okay. So let's do div. I'm going to need a corresponding div. Again, I'm not sure why I'm not getting it, but we can type them all out, it's fine. So let's just do this. Class name going to be PT of 6. MD is going to be PY of 10. On LG size screens, it's going to be PX of 16. XL PX is going to be 0. MD, the PX is going to be 16. And then we're going to have a width full. So let's so we can just remove this one here. We don't need this. This is not necessary. And PX16, I believe. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So we can leave that. And now what we need to do is we need to say active tab. So again, this is something that we've already done up here. So we've set the state to active tab here. So we're going to say active tab. I'm going to say and. Make sure you do a rounded bracket there. Say div. Close the div like this. Say class name. Say flex. Justify center. Items are going to be centered. And the flex is going to be a call. And we're going to go ahead and display an image. So image, the src is going to be exactly like that. The width is going to be this, and we are going to have a class name. So let's say width is going to be full. So here width full, let's make sure we have a corresponding tag. So width full, we're going to have a border. This is optional if you guys want to put this. We're going to do a padding of 20. We'll do a padding of 40. And then we're going to say rounded XL. Okay, now outside of this div, we want to go ahead and close this bracket. So just like that. And we should have something visible now. Okay, looks like we had a little error somewhere. This is most likely just caching error. And there you go. We can now start to see the images. And so when you click on them, they change to which one, whatever one they need to be. So it looks like we have an error in the projects one. So it looks like maybe we need to address that. So for coffee doodle, have we maybe spelled something wrong? I think it was coffee doodle. Oh, I think I spelled it wrong. So this coffee doodle is actually not a doodle, it's a dawdle. So it's 2 D's. So here, just do that. And then you're gonna now see an image. There you go. Alrighty, that's working. So now the next thing that we need to go ahead and do is we need to actually display what we need it to look like on larger than small screens. So all of that was building out the small screen appearance, and now we're going to build out the bigger size screens. So here, where we have this, so I'm just going to say this so you guys can kind of see it. I'll make this full screen, and then I'm going to zoom out so you guys can kind of see everything. But pretty much this is what we have. You guys can go ahead and pause the video here if you guys still need some class names. Also check out the GitHub repository. All the code is going to be in there as well. But yeah, let's just jump in right here. So close the image, close this div, close this like loop function here, and then go ahead and do this. So I'm gonna zoom back in so that we can kind of see as we're developing. I'm going to do is get rid of these React fragments and just put a div instead. So div, not uppercase. We're gonna do div, and then make sure we have a closing div, and then do class name. We're gonna do flex XL. It's going to be space X4. We're gonna do items center. We're gonna do justify between, and then we're also going to do hover cursor pointer. So hover cursor, where's pointer right there. Then I want to do a gap of 4. I want the width to be 4/5, and then on extra large size screens I want the width to be 3/4. So width 3/4. 2XL, I'm going to do width. It's going to be 55%. And then let's do tabs. So again, we're going to loop through the same array, and this time we're going to display the content. So just like we did it above, we're going to do it for medium-sized screens now. So we're going to do tabs dot map, just like this. We're going to have a motion.div, key.tabName, class name, and before we go any further, let's make sure that we have the right styling. Okay, we do. So let's do XL, it's going to be a flex. Let's do justify is going to be centered. We're going to have a space X of 4. XL is going to be PT4. SM is going to be PY10. Or not PY10, but MY10. So let's change this back to MY10. XL is going to be MY0. width is going to be 60, and the height is going to be 36. Then I want to go ahead and do the same thing that we did in small screens, which is that there, do a $, and then we are going to say this pretty much. So active tab, we don't need to do .name here. We can just do active tab like this, and we need to just use some classes. So this is not what we want. We just want to go ahead and do border rounded XL PT of 2, and then BG white, just like that. Then if it is not active, we want it to display like this. So shadow is going to be MD, and do rounded XL PT of 2, and then BG of the same color that we've been using. And we can remove the hover white because it's not necessary. Make sure you have this right here. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to remove that, and we need to say on mouse enter. So this is going to allow us to do the hover effect. So on mouse enter, we're going to set the active tab, and then we are going to close, and we are going to have some more classes here. So let's just quickly say div. Let's do class name of px of 4, and I'm going to say div. I'm going to say class name flex items center, and then I'm going to put the icon. So I'm going to do tab dot icon, just like that. And then I'm going to say div class name text is going to be 2XL. Font, we're going to make it a little bit bolder, so we're going to say font medium, and then we're going to say tab.name. Okay, so we're still going to have an error here, and that's kind of the reason why I'm not showing this side, but we're going to fix that all in a second. So tab.name. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to render this is earlier in this component when we were building it. We have this in the AI, we have this feature, so I only want it to be rendered, like I'm going to conditionally render it here. So I'm going to show you how I'm going to do it. So tab.name, here I'm going to comment this out so that you guys kind of know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to say render the feature tag only if or only for the AI tab. So I'm going to put this comment so that you guys can kind of see what this code does. I'm going to say tab.name. Okay, this is actually nearly exactly what we need to do. In fact, actually it is, but let's just type it so we can do it together. So tab name equals AI. Again, make sure that this AI is the same AI that you have up here. You can't have this spelled be any differently. Like, this needs to be the exact same. Okay? Now, what you need to go ahead and do is, again, scroll all the way down here, and then I'm going to say and, just like this. We're going to do a regular bracket. I'm going to say div. So make sure we have a corresponding div to close. I want to say class name text is going to be extra small. It's going to be a little bit bolder, so we're going to say font medium. We want the text to be purple. Purple, we're going to say 600, and then we're also going to have a small BG purple. So let's do BG purple 100. PX is going to be 2, PY is going to be 1, rounded is going to be full, and then the margin left is going to be 2. And then I'm going to say tab.name, or not tab.name, tab.feature. So the reason why it's called feature is here at the very top of our component, we have called it, inside of our object, we've called it feature. So make sure that this corresponds to what when you're looping through the array, you're calling this specific thing. Then, now what we need to do is we need to close this, so like that. And with that being said, we should now be prompted to see not everything. This should be an error. Okay, there's an error, so we have some little syntax error, which is fine. But let's just keep developing, and then you're going to kind of see how this is going to look. Okay, Here, what we need to do now is we need to say underneath this div, so this word right here, we want to go ahead and say motion dot div, say class name, and this is where we're going to introduce our framer motion styling. So flex call text sm, and then I'm going to say initial, and then I'm going to say y 0. I promise you guys it's going to get a lot easier once we get through this part. This is probably the most complicated part of the tutorial, just because there is so many different things and there's so much that can go wrong. But yeah, I'll make sure that we can see both screens in a sec. This is just taking a little bit of time here. So next thing we want to do is we want to do an animate, and we want to say this right here. So I'm going to say y, so active tab is going to equal to tab, and instead of being at -10, we want it to be 10 and then 25. So I'm going to show you what this looks like in a second, but you guys can, and then change the duration to be 0.2, so it's not too slow. Alright, then we're almost there, guys. We need to go ahead and animate the actual description. So we're going to say div, we're going to say motion.div again. So motion.div. We want to go ahead and say animate. We're going to say not this, but we're going to do this. Opacity is going to be 0, and then we're going to do y is going to be 10. We're going to say animates. Okay, mess this up a little bit. So this is going to be initial, initial is going to be opacity, is going to be that. Animate, we are going to do opacity is going to be equal to 1. And then the y is going to be 0. So y 0, and then there's going to be a transition. Oh my goodness, okay, not that. Transition, and the duration is going to be 0.3. So I'm going to explain to you now. I'm going to wrap this up all up. So we're going to do tab.description, and there we go. So we have that now, and now we need to conditionally render the learn more. So here, what we need to do is I'm actually going to comment this out so that you guys can kind of see. Render the more tag for conditionally rendering for learn. Nope, conditionally rendering. Let's do conditional rendering for the learn more. Then we want to say active tab, just like this. We're going to say div. So here we're actually going to make it visible. So div class name text sm empty of 2, and then I'm going to go ahead and say tab.more. So I'm going to say tab.more. Okay, and then now I'm going to close this, and we are pretty much good with that right there. So I'm going to now save everything up so we can kind of see what's going on. We have a syntax here, so it's not letting us fix it, but I'm going to zoom out so that we can kind of see what we've written there. And you guys can go ahead and take your time, maybe pause the video. We did do a lot of styling there, but yeah, so I can kind of explain what's going on. So what we need to do is here, oh, sorry about that, keep that there. Underneath, delete this space, we need to go ahead and put that. And with this being said, I think that clears up all of our errors. So there you go. You can now see the tabs are visible, and as you slide, you can see how they are appearing. And as you drag, your mouse across, it will animate up and down as soon as you exit as well. Now the next thing we need to do is pretty much go ahead and give me my code for your sec. Is right here. What we need to do is we need to display. Let's go ahead and save everything. Okay, and then I'm gonna break this up so that maybe if you guys missed it, you guys can see it now. Alrighty, this is good. Now we need to display the image just like we did on the small size screen. So outside of this div, and then outside of this, and then again one from the bottom pretty much, we need to go ahead and say div. And one other thing I want to do is I want to conditionally render this as well. Not conditionally render, but I want to comment this out just because it's good practice. We won't be commenting out everything in this video. I just think here this is pretty display content based on the active tab on medium size screens and bigger. So to kind of explain what is going on here. So I'm going to do div, and I'm going to say, let's zoom back in so you guys can see. I'm going to say class name. So I'm going to do hidden. It's going to be only hidden if it's empty flex. Do padding y of 10, px of 8, md is px of 0, so px 0, lg the width is going to be 3/4, and then on 2xl we're going to have 55%. So 2xl, and do width of 55%, like that. And then let's break this up again. Yeah, let's see if we can make this a bit easier. XL, okay. Act tab. I want to go ahead and say class name, items center. I'm going to do justify center. So right now we're just styling the image pretty much. That's pretty much all that's going on. Justify center. Space is going to be x6. Hover is going to be cursor pointer, and the width is going to be full. Okay. Let's go ahead and make sure we have the divs all caught up so that we can kind of see everything as we go. All right. And then I'm assuming we're gonna get a bit of a loading error here. Yeah, so it looks like there's a bit of a caching error. So if we just refresh, there we go, we can go ahead and start seeing it. So again, pretty normal to have that sort of stuff in development, so don't worry if it lagged and it showed you what it's supposed to look like on medium screen on small screen and vice versa. It's not that big of a deal. Now what we need to go ahead and do is we need to say, we have the active tab, we need to actually put the image. So let's do image. So we can pretty much just copy and paste what we have up here where this image is. So go ahead and just copy and paste that, and then scroll all the way back down, and then just paste it. So that's what I have, and then let's see what this looks like now. Okay, so we have our image, and when you hover over it, you get a different effect. And so this is out of sync, like this is obviously way too big, so we need to figure out why that is. And what we need to do is let's just remove these. Let's do 500 instead of 1,000. I think that's too much. 500, let's do width is going to be full, padding is going to be 20. On extra large screens, it's going to be padding of 40. The shadow is going to be MD. Rounded is going to be XL. And then we're going to have this background color too. So just like that. Now let's go ahead and check it out. Okay, interesting. So still looks a little too big in my opinion. And we got to figure out why that's the case. Could there be something wrong with some styling that we did? Oh yeah, so it's right here. So this is a simple mistake that I made. For 2XL, we want the width to be 55%. So what you need to do is you width and then like that. So make sure that the W is outside of that. And there you go. You now have the exact thing that we built over here, completely done. There you go. That's that. And then when you resize it, let's see what this looks like. Nice. It goes down into a small screen, and you can still tab through all that you need to. Okay, so we have officially finished the. Again, let's just check this out. See if it's fully. Yeah, it's fully responsive on all devices. And there you go. So let's go ahead and let's just jump. I mean, that finishes everything. So let's just jump right into the next section, which is going to be going ahead and building out this right here. So let's continue. This is where we left off, completing here. Let's go ahead and build out this next component. So let's go into our Explorer. Let's go into our landing page. So I'll zoom in so you guys can see this. And let's go ahead and create a section called second section. .tsx. You can close this side. And we can go ahead and say SFC second section. You can say div. Say this is the second. Let's go back into our page.tsx. So right here. And let's import this. So just underneath our hero section, we can say second section, like that. And now, if we go ahead and scroll to the bottom, we can see that it is right here. Let's see if we can zoom in on that. See, it's right here. Alrighty. So let's zoom back. And let's start developing in here. So what we want to go ahead and do is we want to import. I will move this to the side so that you can see what's going on. Let's move this to that, and let's do this. So what we want to go ahead and do is we want to import an image because we're going to need a bunch of these images right here. So we're going to say import image. And then we're going to go ahead and say import PI. Oh, it's not supposed to be caps. Import PI arrow react. Or not arrow react, arrow right, sorry. Then what I want to go ahead and do is I want to say, again, if you get this error, it's totally normal. Don't worry about it. It's just a hydration error. You can close out of it. What I want to go ahead and do is I want to head to this website. We've used it on this channel before, but it's called LogoIpsum. And I'm going to do this with you guys. And this is where we're going to go ahead and grab some free logos. So what we want to go ahead and do is just install. So download, download, download. I'm just going through them here. There's no reason why I'm clicking one or the other really. I'm just kind of going through it. Pick whatever ones you guys like. You're going to need like 10 or so. And I think that should be it right there. Alright, now what I want to go ahead and do is I want to go into the Explorer and I want to go all the way down to the public and I want to create a new folder and I want to call this, unless I already have it, do I have logos? Let's double check. Okay, so I already do have a logos, which is good. So all I have to do now is, I'm going to move this to the side and then move it to this side here. All I got to do is just import all of these into here. So what I do is I just drag and then I just drop it into logos. Drag I'm doing that for every single one here. So 992, so the 9997, 98, 325, 327, 329, 330, and already done this one, so just like that. And just like that, we already have all the logos that we are going to need, so that is perfect. Let's head back into our second section, and then we can go ahead and say millions run on bird every day. Let's move this like that. And I guess before that, what we need to do is we need to create an array. So we'll say const logos is an array, and the array is going to be an image. We're going to say logos. I'm going to say LogoIpsum. And then we're going to go ahead and point to whatever logos that we have in our actual file. So here, scroll down. So the first one's going to be, move this, you don't need this much, but here's good. So LogoIpsum 289. Then we're going to say .svg. And there you go. We already have the first one down. Then I'm going to do, instead of that, it's going to be 292. I'm just reading from what this file is called here. This is going to be 295. This is going to be 297. Let's do 298 as well. 298. Let's see what else we got. 325. So do that. Do 327. Oh. 327. And 329. Let's do 330 and 331 as well. Last one's 332. Okay. Now let's go ahead and let's put this text in. So we can say class name is going to be pt16. We do flex, we're going to do justify center, say items center, and then we're going to do flex call. And then we're going to do div, and I'm going to remove this text here. We're going to say class name text for XL. We're going to say width is going to be 3/4. Text is going to be centered. XL is going to be text 5XL. Say font medium, and then we're going to say millions run on bird every day. There we are. We now have the text, just like that. Now underneath this, what I want to do is I'm going to say div. Let's close this up so you can see. Say class name py4 xl px8, and then we're going to say powering so pretty much you can see the text be visible here. Powering the world's, I just copy and paste this to be honest with you. Save some time. Paste, and then here where you get this error, go ahead and put and sign APOS, and then do a colon like that. Semicolon, I should say. And then there you go, you have the text. Now underneath this one, we want to go ahead and say div class name text sky 500, flex item center, and then we're going to say hover, I'm going to say underline, hover is going to be cursor pointer, and then I want to say read customer stories, PI arrow right, just like that. We'll do margin left 3, and text is going to be SM. So yeah, the reason why it's not blue is I have misspelled, so make sure it's text sky. And there we go. Now we can start rendering in our logos. So I'm going to say div class name is going to equal this. So we'll do, let's make sure we have a corresponding div here before we do anything. So I'm going to say this, do div okay, class name grid calls 3. On extra large size screens we want to do grid calls 4. Items are going to be centered, and then we're going to do justify center. So justify center, px is going to be 10, md is going to be px of 20, and then on LG size screens we're going to have a px of 0. On LG size screens we're going to do width 1/2, pt 10, pt 10, gap 10, text is going to be centered, and then we're going to do mx auto. Now what we want to go ahead and do is we want to loop through this array. So at the very top we've called it logos, so we want to say logos, I think we just had the autofill there, say logos dot map, just like this. I'm going to remove this so we'll do logo, say index here, and say div. So the reason why we have this array here is it's saying we need a key element. So all we got to do to add that is just say key equals index, and then we can go ahead and display the images. So I'm going to say image is going to be this. So source logo.image alt, I'm going to change this to 500, and then if I go back and I scroll, we should see our images. So that is perfect. You are now seeing everything right here, and you really have to kind of just play around with what it looks like. Like sometimes it's gonna be really big like this, sometimes it can be really small. There really is no kind of way, because every image kind of has different sizing. So if you did class name with like 20 for example here, you're gonna make it like a fixed kind of size like that, and then when you scroll or when you make it bigger, you're gonna see that it looks like that. So you kind of have to get a feel of what you want it to look like. I'm gonna say width 40 here. Width 40 is way too much, never mind. I'll do like width 28. So it kind of looks like somewhat normal. It is still a bit bigger than what we have here in production. If you guys want to use the production logos instead, you guys can always go ahead and check out the GitHub repository. But for right now, I guess like for demonstration reasons, I think this is okay as is. What if we did 400? It's still really big. I'm going to do 200 here instead. Let's see if that changed anything. Okay, it looks like it didn't. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I was able to do this, by the way. It's just like this. Maybe if you get a bigger or smaller images, I'm not sure. You really just gotta kind of play around it, but in either case, that's kind of what it looks like. So we'll just leave it for now, just for the demonstration, but of course, if you guys want to go ahead and kind of play around with sizing, go ahead and do so. So we have this now, and now the next thing we need to go ahead and create is this consolidate tools and cut costs. So in this video, I'm not going to go ahead and show you how I made this. I made this in Canva, and pretty much all I did is I just imported all the logos, and I just drew a line through it. That's why it doesn't look so exact. It's kind of like I just hand drew it, but you can always go ahead and import the image. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now, and then we can use that image. So what I want to create is I want to add in this, quickly find it. So inside of the assets, I must have already have it, yeah. So it's Canva logo here. I imported it previously, but this is where it is. It's in the assets. I'm gonna close this, and then I'm gonna say, let's go create a new section. So go into your landing page, not a new folder, just a new file. Go ahead and say third section.tsx. You say SFC third section. Then I'm going to say hi, and then I'm going to go back and I'm going to import the third section. Now let's go ahead and see. Okay, we have our hi right there. Awesome. So we can go ahead and say this. So close this up. I'm going to say import image from next image, and then I want to go ahead and I want to import a certain font to get the quote to look different. So I'm going to say import Laura, and it's going to be from next font Google, and this needs to be in a string, so make sure you have it like that. Then I want to go ahead and I want to say import cn, and I want to come from lib@/lib/utils. Then I want to start using the Laura font, so I want to say const font equals Laura, and then I want to say subsets are going to be Latin, not ext, just Latin, so make sure you have it like this. And then the weight is going to be 400, not 700, just the 400 one. And this also needs to be in a string, so do 400 like that. Let's see what I'm getting in error. Oh, instead of weights, it's just weight. It's just 1. Alright, now that works. We can go back and we can say we're going to do a PT of 32, PT of 24 for other size screens. Let's scroll down so we can kind of see what's going on as we're developing. Relative flex, we're going to do justify center. We're going to say items are going to be centered, and then we're going to say flex of call. Then I'm going to go ahead and say class name XL is going to be text 5XL, text 3XL. On 2 XL size screens, I'm going to do width 3/5, so 60%. And then on everything else, I want to do width 3/5. So this is getting a little complicated, I know, but I'll show you what's going on. So on extra large size screens, I want the width to be 1/3. Then I want to say font medium. I'm going to explain what is going on here. Font medium, and then I'm going to do MX Auto Text Center. So MX Auto Text Center. So the reason why I have 3 different sets of styling going on here is on 2 extra large size screens, I want the width to be 60%. And then on extra large size screens, I want the width to be 33%. So I had to make it so that this one gets conditionally rendered as width 1/3, and then I had to basically set another property saying width 3/5. And that's because by default, it's going to say this. So if it's a small screen, it's going to be width 3/5. If it's a medium-sized screen, it's going to be width 3/5. If it's a large-sized screen, it's going to be width 3/5. And then on extra large, it's going to be 33%. And if I didn't specify this right here, it was going to go ahead and make it 33% as well. So now, once I go ahead and put the text in, so I'm going to say consolidate costs, cut, or consolidate tools, cut costs, you're going to see the difference. So we have the text here now because it's 60%. So if I were to go ahead and change it, let's just say, so you're going to see how that's all that changed into one line. I'm going to change it back. So here, do 3, and I'm going to do, so now watch how the screen kind of breaks here. So as it gets bigger and bigger, it's gonna change size. So this would probably be what extra large looks like. If we change this to like 2/3, let's see what this looks like. It is, yeah. So that's why I wanted to have it like that. So width is gonna be 1/3. So it's on 2 separate lines like that. And then here, once you go to 2XL, it goes back to 1 line. And that's exactly how we have it here. So that looks pretty good to me. And I will keep it like this. Nice. So I'm going to go back and I'll close this. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to import the image. So I'm going to say image. Again, we've already imported it from above. So image, the source is going to point to this specific file. So I'm going to say /assets/Canva. And then instead of calling it Canva logo, I'm going to rename this actual file. So let's go back, because I don't think Canva logo is the right way of saying it. So I'm just going to say Canva asset. Then here, I'm going to change this to Canva asset. Then we're going to need an alt prop. So instead of saying hero, we'll just say Canva. The alt tags don't matter too much. The width is going to be 1,000, the height is going to be 1,000, and then we're going to have specific class names. So we're going to have a padding top of 10, and then we're going to have a width of 1/3 for extra large size screens, and then for everything else, we're going to have a width of 4/5. So I'll kind of put it like that. Then what I want to do is I want to close it like this. Let's go ahead and let's see what our image looks like. And there you go. We now have our image right there. And then once you expand it, you can see that it stays contained and it never really breaks like out of sizing. And then there you go. This is what it would look like on, looks like a medium-sized screen or large. And then it goes back to that. Now, what I want to go ahead and do is I want to display this quote, and this quote has a different side, it's kind of like style to its text. So that's what we do with the importing Laura font. So I'm going to show you how to use this as well. So what you want to do, again, is create a div, which is just right above the last one. I'll say div, I'm going to say class name, and then I want to say this. I'm going to say cn. Again, we've already imported cn from @lib_utils. Then I'm going to say like this. I'm going to say flex items center. I'm going to say justify center. And then for extra large size screens, I want the text to be 2XL. You're going to do a PT of 10, padding bottom of 4. On extra large size screens, I want to do a PY of 10, PX of 8, and then I want to do text center like that. And then I also want the width to be 4/5. So width of 4/5. And then I want to say font.classname. So font.classname. And where we're getting the font from is right here. So what we're missing, or let's see what the error is, expected a, so this is what it is. So when you go to this end here, make sure you have a comma. And then it will work. Now we can go ahead and actually display the quote. So again, you can close those areas if you're getting them. and then I'm going to say and quote, so like this, QUOT, do a semicolon like that. So we got rid of nearly a dozen different tools because of what Bird does for us. Then I need a quote to close it, so I'll just say, I'll put a period, and then I'll just do that. Alright, that's nice. Now let's go ahead and see it. Okay, so we can see the text right here. And then on our final version, this is what it looks like. Nice. And there you go. So now we've now finished the quote. Let's go ahead and let's start adding some other stuff in to make it a bit bigger. Not bigger, but let's see what this would look like if it was text 2XL here. Okay. We got really nearly, I kind of like this more, to be honest with you. So instead of doing text XL, I'm going to do text 2XL. So you can remove the text 2XL on, let's see. Again, there's no real wrong answer to this. I'm just kind of deciding what I personally like best. Maybe for XL size screens, we'll do text 3XL. I don't even know at this point. Do text. Play around with it, see what you kind of like. You can always change your mind later. So, biggest difference I noticed is there's more padding here. So I'm going to try to figure out if it's just because of what we've done. I'll come back to it later if we need to, but yeah, you guys kind of get the idea. Then what I want to do is outside of this div, again from the bottom, I'm just going to say create another div, and I'm going to say class name, items are going to be center, say flex, justify center, and then I'm going to say flex call. And then I'm going to import the image. So I'm going to say image. It's going to be from, not this, we're going to say it's from /logos, and then we're going to go find another logo here. So let's go to, let's close this. Let's open our logos. Let's do the first one, LogoIpsum 289. 289.svg. Let's see what it looks like. Then we're going to need a alt tag. We're going to have a width and a height. Class name is going to be pt2. XL is going to be pt of 0. And then we're going to have a width 10. And for extra large size screens, we're going to do a width of 14. Alright, now looks like okay, so make sure, I had spelled this wrong, but make sure it's .svg here. Okay, and you can see the logo looks a little bit crazy. So let's change this to 1000, let's see what this looks like now. Okay, let's just change the logo entirely. I want to use one that's a little bit like this, so let's say wherever this, let's go into logos, and then let's do the 3271. And let's go see what that looks like. Okay, so we have our logo here. So this is the one I wanted to use, which is good. Now, underneath this, I need to go ahead and create another div. So I'm going to say, right here, I'm going to say div, class name, text is going to be center. I'm going to say div, class name, text, SM, font is going to be medium. And then I'm going to do a PT of 4. PT 4. Close this up here. PT4, and then you can just put any name you want. We'll do Eric Smith or something. I don't know. You guys can do anything you want. Then for this, I'm going to say text SM. Remove the font medium. I'm going to say marketing director. And then now we can see Eric Smith, he's the marketing director at Example Incorporated, right here. And then if we go back to our production one, we can see that this is what it looks like. So immediately off the bat, what I've noticed is this text is really, really small. So I'm gonna go and remove it, see, and then I'm gonna remove this as well. So by default, it's gonna be text MD, so that's why everything got bigger like that. But yeah, I just kind of want to quickly talk about that. Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty good to me. I think we're kind of done with this section now. Kind of talks about everything that we need. Let's see if we resize it. Nice. And then here it looks like that. Again, let me see. Let me try to compare the difference, see if I missed something here. We got rid of nearly a dozen tools. I mean, yeah, it looks pretty good. Okay, I think that works. Now we can go and start building out the next section. So the next thing we're going to want to go ahead and do is create a fourth section. So fourth section.tsx, and then let's do sfc fourth section. Say div, say hi. Let's go back into our page.tsx and let's import this. Then we can go back into our, let's refresh real quick. And then we can see the hi there. Alright, so we are now going to want to go ahead and do this right here. This is sort of like a bento grid here with a little additional functionality for the first component, being able to like switch these images. Pretty much the exact same thing as what we did up here. But yeah, we're just gonna have like this. So let's jump into the fourth section. And let's do this. So at the very beginning, we're gonna need a use client. Again, I'll make sure we can kind of see both while we're developing. So first thing we're going to want to go ahead and do is say use client. I will actually just zoom in a little bit more. There you go. So we'll say use client. Then I'm going to say import image from next image. I'm going to say import use ref from React, as well as use state from React, just like that. Then I want to say import cn from @/lib/utils. I'm going to say import, it's going to be a specific icon, so I'm going to say switch 3 from React icons tb. I'm going to say import pi light like this, and then I also want to do pi palette light. Then I want to say import Laura, so this is going to be for the font, so Laura like that. And then I want to say the same thing that I did before, which was const Laura like this and like that. Instead of saying const Laura, I'm going to say const font here. So the exact same thing we did in the last component right here. Then I want to go ahead and create some tabs. So I'm going to say const tabs. I'll move this up a bit. I'll just give some more space here. So const tabs are going to be an array, and in the array we're going to have an object, and then we're going to say this icon is going to be tb switch, so the one that we just imported. The class name and then we are going to say this. So class name is going to be text 3XL, MR is going to be 2. I'm going to have a text of sky 600, and then we're going to make it rounded. Actually, we don't need it rounded here. We can leave that. And then make sure you have a closing tag. Then we're going to have a header. So again, make sure you have a comma after all of these, by the way. So a comma here. The next thing we're going to want to have is a header. I'm going to say visualize, filter, and sort any way you want. Then we're going to have a subheading. We're going to say show only tasks assigned to you or items marked as urgent. We're going to say also break down any project into, I think maybe just into details, or let's do break down any project in the way that is most helpful to you. Again, make sure you have a comma at the end, right, like that. Then I want to go ahead and I want to import a bunch of images. So I'm going to say images are going to be an array, so make sure you have this array like this. And then I'm going to say title is going to be a string, so we'll say board, and then outside, so just like that, you want to go ahead and put a comma, and then you want to say picture. So the naming of this is very important, like make sure you have everything exactly like this, because we're going to be looping through this array, and it's going to be looking for specific like words in our function. So make sure your title and you have picture here, because we're going to differentiate later on between the two. So yeah, just make sure you have this. So picture, and then I'm going to say assets, or I need to do a slash before, so slash assets. And then here are the images that we've imported. So if we go back into our doodles, these are what I'm looking at right now. So I'll make this, extend this to the side. So I'm just going to do zombieing. Again, the ones you actually decide don't matter. We can just, if we want, we can just do dog. I'm looking at this one here, dog jump doodle. So dog jump, what is it, doodle dot svg, and then we are going to close this. So right here, just like that. So make sure you have this, and make sure that the name of this is the exact same as what you have here. Again, you can pick any one you want. It doesn't have to be that. Right now, we're just going to loop through a bunch of them right now. So instead of a list, I'm going to say table. Yeah, I'm going to close. And then instead of that one, I'm going to say doogie doodle.svg. So that's the one I'm doing there. Going to get another autocomplete. I'm going to click the float one, float, or instead of float, we'll call this goal. Here we'll say float doodle. We'll get another autocomplete here. So we'll say AI. Then I'm going to say, I don't even know, we could do loving doodle. Again, make sure everyone has a comma after it. Okay. Then I want to say, not calendar, but I want to say note. Can be, we'll do the running doodle. I'm looking at, I spelled this well wrong here. It's right here, running doodle. And then we're going to have another one called list. So we'll do unboxing. Okay, so that completes this. So then what you want to do is outside of this array, you want to put a comma, and then you want to say description. description, like that. Okay, and then you're gonna put semicolon, and then say choose from a variety of colors. Okay, now the next thing we want to go ahead and do, so the error that we're getting right now is that we have not closed this array, so just close like that. I will go back to this, save it, and you guys can see. So this has to be on one line, this string. I forgot, but there you go. So we have this array of images, and then we have this array of going to be objects. Alright, now we're going to do the next one. So we're going to say another object, so do a curly bracket, and then just say icon, and then we're going to do PI light. So like this, and then we're going to say this exact same thing as what we had up here. Then we're going to have a header, and we are going to say customize the info you track. Put a comma, we're going to have a subheading, and we're going to say create your, I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste because I mean this is taking no need, right, like to spend all this time if we don't have to. So here, I'm just going to copy and paste that there. Alright, so that's the text again, and then we're going to start seeing it come together in a sec here. It's going to be underneath. So then after that, what we need to do is we need to add an image. So I'm going to say make sure you have a comma, which I don't have, I missed that one. So I want to do comma, and then I want to say image. I want to do assets slash again. I want to say dumping doodle.sfg. There we go. Now that completes this one. And what you want to do is underneath here, so just above where this array closes, you want to put another comma to signify that there's going to be another object in the array. So I'm going to do the last one here, and I'm going to say pretty much what you can do is you can just copy and paste all this here, and you can paste it underneath. So just like that. Then instead of being PI light, I'm going to change it to PI palette. Palette light. And then I want to say choose from a variety of colors. Okay, and then for the subheading, I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste it again. So wherever we were in the final version, go ahead and just copy this. And then just paste. Alrighty, that's looking good. Now what we can go ahead and do is we can say, we can do this. So let's say type is going to equal to tab, and then we are going to say the pretty much almost exactly like this actually. But one other thing that we're missing here is we're going to have the string, subheading is going to be string. We're going to do a images. So this is only going to be specific to the first one, and the images are going to take a title, which is obviously going to be a string, and then we're going to have a picture, which is also going to be a string, but it can also be an array. So the reason why is because our first object in our array has this images array here, which is going to relate to this here. So the first one has a bunch of images that you can like click through like this, whereas the other ones don't. And I think we just did that specifically because that's what like the Notion website has it as. So that's why we have to like symbolize that this tab can also accept an images prop. So it's going to be plural, of course. Now, the next thing that you need to do is you need to make this optional. So you need to say images. And then just in between this, we're missing another one, which is description. And the description one is not optional. And then we need to make this image optional, like that. Okay, Now, what we need to go ahead and do is we need to say a bunch of classes. So we want to say const. We're going to say it's going to be state, so it's going to be active tab, set active tab, and then use state. Before that, we need to do this. So let's see, tab, which refers to what we just created here. So tab, close it, and then you want to say tabs like this. So tabs is equal to the 0 there, and we're gonna get an error here. Let's see what this says. Amount icon. Let's see, string icon. Something's undefined here, so we can. What we need to do is we need to say const. Let's work through this in a bit. So I'm going to say const ref is equal to use ref, and then I want to say null. Make sure this is in a bracket, like that. Then I want to say const active tab is going to be set active tab. Active. So instead of saying active tab, this is going to be active image. Sorry. So active image, and we're going to say index, and this is going to be set active image index. Alrighty. Still not understanding what this is coming from. Types of property description are incompatible. Oh, so what this is saying is this just needs to be a question mark here. So make sure you have this, because the reason why we were missing this as a mistake is because not every single you see how the second and the third array do not have a description. That's why we need to make it optional when it's being rendered through our function. I hope that kind of clears things up. That was a silly mistake on my part. But yeah, so just make sure that images is optional, description is optional, and then of course the image is optional. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and say const. Actually, no, we don't even need to do a const here. We can just let's just start developing, and then we can see what's going on. So I want to do. Why is this here? It should be beneath this. No. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Let's quickly check. Okay, not quite understand. Okay, looks like I've messed up some syntax here. Let's quickly figure this out. I'm inside here, which is good. And I think I'm missing a tag at the very bottom. So here, what the heck? Okay, yeah, that was, I'm not sure if I maybe misclicked something there, but just make sure you have this set up. So you have everything up here, and then you have your return. Okay. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to put this. See, I'm not quite. All right, now we should be good. Again, not really sure what just happened there, but we're good. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to say div, like this. Class name can be flex call, pt of 20, xl is going to be py32, py32, items are going to be centered, and then I'm going to have a justify center. And then I'm going to say div text 3xl, xl is going to be text 5xl. We'll do justify center. We'll do items center as well as flex. Then I want to say powerful building blocks. awesome. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to say div. Class name is going to be grid XL grid calls 4. Medium size screen is going to be grid calls 2. We're going to have on medium size screen, we're going to have the MD span 1 full row. So row span 1, gap 4, XL gap 6. Okay, now we want to go ahead and say some more classes. So we're going to do MT, so margin top is going to be 8. The padding on the x-axis is going to be 8. We're going to say on medium-sized screens we want it to be a bit bigger, so we'll say MD PX16. XL is going to be PX0. Yeah, so XL is going to be PX0, okay? XL is going to be width 3/4. And then on 2XL we're going to use the specific width here, which is going to say width 55%. Then I'm going to say MX auto as well as MD. We're going to have width full. So I know that's a bunch of classes, but it's what it takes here to do this. So now we need to loop through our array. So I'm going to say tabs.map tab index just like this. And I'm going to make sure to close this off so that when we're developing we can actually see some stuff going on. So I'm going to say, let's do div like this. So what I want to do is I need to pass it a key. So anytime that you loop through an array like this, you have to pass it a key. So key is going to equal to index. Then I'm going to make sure that I keep this open on the side here. Powerful building block. Oh, so okay. And one other quick thing is font medium. I've also spelled this wrong here. This needs to be like that. And then now you're going to see that it's a bit bigger. I'm going to refresh. There you go. So that was a typo on my part right there. Then I'm going to go ahead and say class name. And then we're not going to do this. We're going to do a curly bracket. We're going to do a backtick. We're going to do a $sign like this. We're going to do another curly bracket. And then we're going to say if the index is equal to 0, so you do 3 like this, so 3 equals 0. Then I want to go ahead and I want to display certain class names. So if it is, I want it to be XL is going to be equal to call span 4. And then on extra large size screens, I want the row to span 3. Then I want to do MD call span 2. And then I want to do flex call for all of them. So we'll do flex call like that. Then what I want to go ahead and do is I need to have conditionally if it is not, right? So this is what this semicolon means. So this question mark is saying if it is satisfied, which is true, we want it to have this. If it is not, we're now going to set the classes. So we're going to say XL is going to be call span 2. Then we're going to say XL is going to be row span 3. And we're going to say flex call as well. Okay. Then the next thing that we're going to go ahead and do is in between this these two brackets right here. So I'm going to try to separate them so you can see them. But right here, what we want to go ahead and do is say BG is going to be equal to this specific hex code. So do a bracket like that. Do a number sign. Say F6, F5, F4. So we have the kind of gray. We're going to do a padding of 6, and we're going to make it rounded extra large as well as flex. Okay, so I think that that concludes that there. So I think everyone can kind of see. So make sure you have a backtick here and a backtick here. These are not strings. These are backtick operators. So for me, it's to the left, the number 1 on my keyboard. But yeah, I'm not sure what it is for you guys. Go. So the next thing I want to do is I want to say div. Do another div like this. Okay. So I'm going to say class name. And now we're gonna actually start seeing some stuff here. So we're gonna do flex call. We're gonna say tab.icon. So if I go ahead and I've done everything correctly, if I go to the very bottom, you can start seeing all of the icons right here. So that looks like everything is working perfectly fine. I'm gonna save everything up here so that you can kind of see what's going on. Maybe if I broke this up, you guys can see this. So here we go. We're gonna start putting the content inside now. Okay, so we have our tab.icon, which is good. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to say, I want to do this right here. So where this tab.icon is, you can go ahead and let's just do this like this. So tab.icon, then I want to put another div. So I'm going to say div, and make sure you have a closing div. So like do this. Say class name, do font medium, we're going to do mt2, and then I'm going to say tab.header. Okay, now the next thing I want to do is I want to say div, oh not like that, just a regular div. So I want to say tab.subheading, which is correct. So if I go ahead and I start seeing some stuff here, it's tab.header, tab.subheading, class name, and t of 2 as well. Okay, and now I'm going to go ahead and refresh. Sometimes the Next.js hot reload doesn't work, and there you go, you can actually start seeing some stuff come together right now. So we have everything looking good here, and then once we expand it, you can start seeing how it breaks up into this one spanning across the whole thing, and then these two are like kind of 50% each. And then once you resize, no matter what the screen you're using, it's going to be fully responsive, which is nice. Then the next thing I need to go ahead and do is underneath this, so this div right here. So pretty much if you just click on this, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Underneath this div, I want to do a React fragment, so just like that. And here I'm going to conditionally render the images. So I'm going to say, for the first one, so I'm going to say index is going to equal to 0. And I want to make sure that we have images. So I'm going to say tab.images. So again, images is coming from right up here. This is why I said at the beginning of building this component that we have to make sure that all of the names are the exact same, or else you're going to have issues right here. So make sure that you have tab.images. Then I want to say and I want to do a sign like this. And as we're developing, I'm going to make sure that we have everything that we need here. So let's do not that. It should be something like see what I did here. So I'll do this. Okay, so make sure you have this set up right here, and then I will move this to the side so you guys can see. Okay, so it looks like my thing is just kind of timed out sort of thing, but it's fine. Now, what I need to go ahead and do is I need to go ahead and say an image right here. So I'll do image. And then, again, also make sure that you have this div here. This is going to be important later. But do div. And then you want to say, this is actually going to be pretty long here. So I'm going to say src. I'm going to do tab.images. And then I want it to be the active tab or active image index. So that's a state that we set earlier. And then I want to do dot picture. Just like that. Then the alt can just be an image. And then I want to say the width is going to be 500. And the height is also going to be 500. Then there's also going to be a class name. I'm going to say flex, justify center, my is going to be 10. And then I'm going to say XL is going to be my16. So I want this to be a bit bigger. when we're on bigger size screens. And then we'll do a rounded XL. Okay, and then I will break this up so that you guys can see this. So make sure you have these class names, and then one other thing we're going to need is an MX auto. So do MX auto. Now what we need to do is we need to obviously close the image tag, so just like that. Let's see, don't know if we're going to be able to see anything right now. I'm going to refresh just to make sure. Oh, and we are. So we can actually start seeing the first image, which is obviously because the index is equal to 0. So these are obviously, this is number 1, and this is number 2, because that's how it works. So this is obviously going to be the first. The first item in the array is always index going to be equal to 0, so that's why I put it at that. And then 1, 2, so on and so forth. Alright, so now what we need to do is we need to add in the actual button. So we're going to say div. Again, make sure you have a div that corresponds with this, so like just like that. And you want to say inside of here, I'm going to go back to taking this up to the full screen because there's going to be a lot of classes. So I'm going to say class name, grid calls 5. On LG size screens, I want there to be grid calls 5, and then for XL, we're going to do grid calls 6. So just like that. And then I'm going to say grid calls 6. I'm going to say on extra large size screens, I want the width to be 1/2. I want to say MX auto. There's going to be a gap of 1. And then for extra large size screens, I want to do a space of 2. Okay, now here I want to go ahead and do the tabs. So I'll do tab dot images. Again, images is specific to the first index. Right now we're just working inside of the first index, and that's why you're going to be able to see this. So I'm going to do tab, I'm going to do image index just like this. Then I'm going to say div. Make sure you have a closing div to correspond. And then one other thing that you can do is you can put just like this. So like that. And then always, every time you're looping through an array, we're just going to say key is equal to index. Now I want to say on click is going to be set active image index. And make sure you have this index in here because this is going to control which image we're obviously going to display. So again, it's default set to 0, so the first one that is displayed is going to be the first one that we have. So it's going to be this one here, sort of thing. Alright, now what we need to go ahead and do is we need to do a class name. So I'm going to say class name, and again we're going to do the same thing that we just did above. So we're going to do curly bracket, again backtick, $, curly bracket again. I'm going to say index is going to be equal, active image index. This is correct. Then I want to go ahead and say conditionally render 2 different styles. So I'm going to say rounded MD. I want the BG to be this color again. So 5 or F6, F5 sort of thing. Actually, this is wrong. This is the wrong hex code. Sorry about that. It's going to be DB D9 D9. I'm going to do items center, justify center, and then I'm going to say flex. So then after that, I want to go ahead and say padding of 1. So I know there's a lot of class names, it's kind of messy right now, but it will all make sense in a second. Then underneath this, what I need to go ahead and do is put the semicolon, and then I want to say this. So rounded is going to be equal to MD. The padding is going to be 1. Items are going to be centered. We're going to put everything on the x-axis in the center, and then I'm going to be using this color here. So that is where we need this is where I messed up the 2, but make sure you have this here. Then the next thing we need to do is we need to say hover. It's going to be BG, and we're going to use this kind of darker color here. So E7, like this. Alrighty, so we now have all the errors, they all went away. and we can actually start seeing some stuff. So before we do that, we want to say div. Make sure you have a corresponding div to close. So just like that, I want to say class name, text is going to be SM. We're going to do items, going to be centered, justify, center, and then we're going to say flex. I'm going to say image.title. Again, title is specific to this one right here. You're seeing how this array or this object only has the title. And I did that specifically when I was developing this so that it was very easy to kind of like follow along, like how we can differentiate content between different objects. Awesome. So now, if everything has been working, we can start seeing some stuff. So I'm going to move this back to this size screen, and I'm going to scroll to the bottom, and let's just refresh. There we go. So we now have our tab, and we can rotate between what images are visible by clicking on each of these, which is a very nice looking thing. And then once we get to a bigger size screen, it looks like this as well. And so this is exactly what Notion has. And so if you've gotten to this point, I mean, that's very good, obviously. And yeah, I mean, this is the exact same thing that they've got going on. So we were able to recreate this, which is actually pretty cool. Nice. Alrighty, so the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and render out different content for these two specific. So I'm going to say if it is not equal to these, if the index is not equal to 0, we want to go ahead and style them a bit differently. So first thing we need to do is we need to find where this React fragment closes, which is right here. So for me, it's line 121. All you got to do is pretty much just find where this is, but there's going to be a slash. So here, this is where it closes. And then we want to go ahead and render out some content. So same thing. So we're going to say this. Again, make sure you have a closing one. So I just did that like this. You can see very clearly here. So I'm going to say if the index is not equal to 0, so we do exclamation mark 0, and we're going to say this. We're going to say div, just like that. We're going to do a class name of mt is going to be, or not mt, not pt, but margin top of 4. Then I want to say image is going to be equal to source, and then we're going to do an equal sign. We're going to do tab.image, but we need to make sure that we have a question mark there. And then we also need to do 2 straight bars like that, and then we need to pass it in an empty string. Then I'm going to say alt is just going to equal to an image. The width is going to be 500. The height is going to be 500. Class name is going to be mt10, and then we're going to round the image a bit. So you won't be able to notice that the image is rounded because we're using SVGs and it blends in with the background. But if you were to use, if you were to look at, if you look at the Notion website, they have images that are PNGs, and you can see that it's rounded here. So this is obviously optional for you, but yeah, that's what we can do. I thought I would just throw that into the video, you know. So you can start seeing the images. If I refresh this here, you can start seeing the images come to life a bit here, just like that. Okay, so now I'm gonna go ahead and save this, so that you guys can just see this a bit better. I will zoom out just in case you guys can't see, but pretty much this is what everything looks like. This is all the code, and we have pretty much built out the exact thing. So I'm going to move the code off to the side, and you can start seeing what's going on here. And then once we resize at any size, doesn't matter, it resizes nicely. And then it becomes 1. One other thing I'll quickly want to do is I want to change this image. I don't want them to be the same. So I'm going to quickly go into code here. I'm going to jump in. So I think this should be visible. So instead of the dumping doodle, I'm going to quickly just find another one. So I'll just do coffee doodle, I think it's called. Coffee, and this is going to be dawdle. So it's 2 Ds here. Make sure you have that. And now see that it's 2 different ones. Alright, that's fantastic. The one other thing that we need to do in this component is we need to put a quote. So quote is going to be building out this right here. And this is actually pretty easy because we already have all this code already written. So I'm going to zoom back out, and then I'm going to go to the 3rd section, and then I'm just going to go find where we have all this stuff. I'm just going to copy and paste it. So for me, again, just make sure you click on it so that you can be sure which one it is. Click on that, copy it, go to your 4th section, and then at the very bottom here, you can just go ahead and paste it. So I'm going to just say underneath that. So underneath this, I believe it's right here. So one from the bottom, pretty much, just go ahead and paste it. So just do this, paste, just like that. And one other thing I'm missing, I'm actually missing the quote itself. So that was pretty bad. So what I need to do is I need to just copy this whole thing. So I'm just going to copy all of this instead. Just like that. Go to your 4th section. You can remove this, and then you just paste it. And there we go. So I'm going to go back to the local host, and then you can start seeing right there. So we now have different text, or we have it in different places, the same text. Cool. And then I guess the one other thing we can do, like stylistically, that's a bit different, is we can just say this one here, let's just do width 1/2. So wherever, let's do 1/2, or I'll do 3/5 instead. And so now, you scroll to the bottom, it looks like that. Again, play around with it, see what you guys like the best. Maybe 2/5, it doesn't really matter. So there you go. Okay, so this is actually a perfect teaching case right here. So right now I have the width to 2/5, which is good. But I want to make it so that it's only like that on extra large size screen. So I'll do extra large, and then here I'm just going to say width full on everything else. Or not width full, we'll just do width 4/5 on everything else. And that looks like that now. So do you see how we were able to quickly change the appearance of it depending on what size screen we're on? That looks really good. And it kind of matches what else we've got going on over here. But yeah, I kind of wanted to throw that in there. And so now we need to go ahead and create our 5th section. So the 5th section is going to be, let's just check what content it is. It's going to be this one right here. So it's going to be very similar functionality to what we have above with this, except it's going to change the appearance of these depending on what size we're on. So you can see how there's a kind of like an icon, as well as some text and some other different styles relating to it. Alright, so let's do that. Let's do the 5th section. So not new folder, we just need to create a new file. So create a new file, call it the 5th section. Then we need to go ahead and just say sfc 5th section. I'm just tabbing twice, and then we're just going to say hi. Go right back into our page.tsx so then we can see it as we're developing. So I'm going to do 5th section, and then I got the auto import, which is good. Make sure that these are all the same because they're at the same level in the file. So yeah, just make sure you have that. Now I'm going to go into the 5th section. I'm going to close this, and I'm going to say use client at the very top. I'm going to import the image right away. I'm going to import motion from Framer motion, which we already have. I'm going to import the use state, or use ref. So I'm going to say import use ref from React. I'm going to say, yeah, we could just do use state in here as well. So do use ref and then use state. Next, I want to go ahead and import some icons. So I'm going to say import, and then I want to do the PI book open that we've already had before. So book open text light, just like that. And then from there, I want to go ahead and say PI compass light. So I'm going to say PI compass light, just like that. Then I want to say PI headset. I'm going to do PI megaphone. I know there's a lot of, there's just a lot of icons here. So do headset. Oh my goodness, typing is all wrong. We've already done the headset one, nice. PI megaphone light. Okay. Then I want to do PI rocket launch fill. Again, comma. And the last one, finally, it's going to be the PI sparkle light. And we don't need a comma on the last one, but you can if you put it if you want. So then I'm going to say from React icons PI. So it looks like the compass is wrong. And that's because I put BI. It's supposed to be PI, capital P, just like that. Alrighty. So again, same thing. We're going to go ahead and create an array. And this time we're going to call it const tabs. Same thing. And then we're going to say, so make sure you have it like this. So we're going to have an icon. So I'm going to say this. Do PI sparkle light. How about immediately close it, comma. There's going to be a name. So do this. Say engineering. We're going to do image, and then we're going to say slash assets dancing doodle.svg. Okay, and then we can go ahead and pretty much just repeat this a bunch of times. So see if we get the autofill here. We don't, which is fine. We'll do icon, and then we'll do the name. I'm just quickly going through what it's giving me here, so we don't spend too much time. But pretty much, yeah, you just fill in the icons with whatever else you got going on, and then you should be good. So like this, and then for the last one footer, we can just close like that. All right, so that should work. 1, 2. I think we should look for 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we'll change the stuff as we need. But this again is just all template. Like you can always change it to whatever you want. Then I want to go ahead and I want to say const active tab. Active tab, just like this. Set the use state, and I want the first one to be set to 0. And then I want to go ahead and I want to say class name is going to be relative, flex, justify, center, items, center. I want to make sure that it's visible in a sec here. I just got to make sure all these classes are correct. So item center, and then I'm going to say flex. Actually, I'll zoom in so you guys can see a bit more. Flex call, px of 8. On medium-sized screens, I want there to be any padding on the x-axis, so I'm going to set it to 0. So width is going to be 3 over 5, and then I'm going to say mx auto, as well as on medium-sized screen or on 2 XL size screens, so desktops, monitors, I want the width to be 55%. Alrighty, now that's that. We're going to do another div inside of it, so get rid of the high here, we don't need it. Just do another div instead. Inside this one, I'm going to say class name is going to be PT of 20. On screens that are LG and above, I want the PT to be 0. So 3XL. And then for extra large screens, I'm going to say 5XL. I want the font to be medium. And then I want the text to be centered, as well as a padding bottom of 8. So I'm going to say every team side by side. Now let's go ahead and move this off the screen so we can see it. Scroll to the very bottom. There you go. You can see it. And this is matching what we have here as well. So there you go. Now what I need to go ahead and do is I need to loop through the array and I need to display the content. So I'm going to say, before I do that, I'm going to say div. Just like this, div. Say class name, grid. Grid calls are going to be 4. On medium-sized screens and above, I want the grid to be calls of 6. I want the just to be 1 row straight across. Row span 1. Gap is going to be 4. For anything other than extra large screens and above, so gap is going to be 6. Empty is going to be 8. And then I also have on extra large size screens, XL, it's going to be PX of 0. And now I'm going to say tabs.map. So I'm going to remove the index just like this. And then I'm going to make sure I have a closing div, or 2 divs in here. So div, 1 for opening, and then 1 for closing. And then I'm going to say, instead of this div here, actually, okay, let's just check what we need to do here. Let's go back to this. I'm just wondering if we need, yeah, it's not necessary. So, okay, we'll just keep it with a regular div like this. So I'm going to pass in a key like last time. So I'm going to say key is equal to, it can be tab.name, that's fine. And then I'm going to say the class name is going to be a curly bracket, again backtick, and do flex like this. You do padding of 1 on medium-sized screens. There's going to be padding of 8. There's going to be a cursor pointer, and then we're going to do a $sign. We're going to do another curly bracket. We're going to say active tab. So just like this is correct. So let me just make sure we have this. Active tab dot name is going to be equal to tab dot name, and then I want to go ahead and pass in a bunch of classes. So I want to say rounded is going to be MD. Medium-sized screens, we're going to have a rounded of XL. The BG is going to be this color. We're going to say on medium-sized screens, I want the BG to be white. So let's see. BG is going to be white. We're going to have a border gray as well. So border gray is going to be 200. On MD, we're only going to have the borders only be visible on medium-sized screens and above, so not on phone pretty much. Item center, we're going to do justify center. And we're going to say flex is going to be padding 1. Okay. Then we need to go into the class name where it is not going to be active. So I want to say get rid of this here. This was done by Copilot, so we don't need that. MD is going to be BG. We're going to do a number sign. And this is pretty much exactly what we need, but just to make sure, I'm going to do F6F 5F4. I'm going to say rounded is going to be MD. On extra large screens, not equal sign needs to be a tab like that. MD is going to be rounded XL. We're going to do a padding of 1. Items are going to be centered. And then we're going to have a justify center. and then I gotta do a hover color as well. So hover, and then that's gonna be the gray that we did earlier as well. So just like this, BG, I'm gonna do $EA, E7EC, and there we go. We now have everything. We're gonna quickly, maybe if you guys can pause the video here, look at the styling. That's going to be that. We can now start displaying some content. So just to keep things consistent, I'm going to do this. I'll break these up into 2 lines. So again, make sure you have backticks here. It's a very common mistake when you're developing to put strings. And now underneath that, I want to say on click. I want to set the active tab. So just like that. Okay. Now I want to go ahead and say div. Again, make sure we have something to close. Do class name, flex call. Items are going to be centered. MD is going to be justify center. MX is going to be auto. And then let's say class name. So we're going to initially have this to be hidden. And then if it is on a medium-sized screen, we're going to make it visible. So we're going to say MD flex. I'm going to say text are going to be 4XL. I'm going to say text is going to be not text, but tab.icon, sorry. Just like that. And then the next thing I want to do is I want to say another div. I want to do class name, font is going to be medium. We're going to do text SM. We're going to do extra large, it's going to be text LG. And then we're going to have a margin top of 1. Tab.name. Okay, so looks like we have an extra div there. Not sure why, but it went away, which is good. And now, if I'm just going to save everything, again, make it neater, we can go ahead and start seeing what is going on. Alright, so somewhere along the lines we have greatly messed up, and let's figure out what the actual mistake is. I don't think this will be too hard to figure. See. Relative. At the very top, do we have flex? Oh, okay, so again, pretty simple mistake on my part, but the very first div that we styled here, I put flex all. It's supposed to be flex call. And there you go. You can now start seeing everything that's going on. And we can control what it looks, or which one we're actually clicking on by actually just clicking on it, right? So, and then if we go to a smaller size screen, you can see that the images go, or not the images, but the icons go away, and then the text becomes immediately smaller, as well as we resize everything to be in the flex call 4, which was done specifically right here. You can start seeing that. Alrighty, now what we need to go ahead and do is we need to actually display the content again. So depending on whichever one is active. So we're going to say div, actually we can do a comment here. A comment would probably be beneficial. There's a lot of code here. So I'm going to say this, I'm going to say display content based on which tab is active. Now I want to go ahead and say div, class name, py is going to be 10, lg is going to be px16, xl is going to be px of 0, medium size screen we're going to have px of 16, and then we're going to make it a width of full. So if it is active, we're going to say active tab. We're going to do and. So we're saying it's going to be set to true. We're going to put a div. Okay, so just like that. Flex, justify, center. Items are going to be centered. We're going to do flex call, no, and then we're going to do image, and then we want the image to be src. It's going to be the active tab image. So let's do active tab image just like that. Alt is going to be image, width, height, and then I'm just going to close it so that we get the error to go away. So again, make sure you have this. And yeah, we can do class name here. So we're going to say width full. We're going to do border, P20. XL is going to be P40. We're going to do a rounded XL. And there we go. So now, if we go ahead and go back to our project, scroll all the way to the bottom, and we should just refresh, we should begin to start seeing the image. And there it is. So we now have the images, and we can click on them depending on which one is active or not. And then let's see where it breaks. All of it's resizing nicely. And then as soon as we hit medium-sized screen, it goes down, which is nice. Cool, that's that. And that completes our 5th section. So now what we need to go ahead and do is, let's just quickly check. We need to go ahead and build out the next section, which is going to be this kind of bento. These are called bento box or bento grids. And then we need to just, style this right now. Let's go do that. So we can go ahead and start building out our 6th section. But before we go ahead and do that, we can just remove this import and this use ref. They are not needed from our 5th section. Then what I want to go ahead and do is I want to create a new file, and we'll call it the 6th section.tsx. I want to say sfc, let's say 6th section. I'm going to say hi, and then go back into your page.tsx and import it right here. So I've already gone ahead and done that, but it's right here, 6th section. Then the next thing that we want to go ahead and do is we want to go ahead and say use client at the top. I'm going to say import image from next image. I'm going to say import use ref and use state from React. I'm going to say import tb switch. I'm going to do import pi arrow right, like that. And then I want to import the LoRa. So import LoRa from next font Google, and then we'll do const font just like that. Okay. Now what we need to go ahead and do is we need to create some tabs. So let's do const tabs and then we will do this. I will say text. We'll do 1 mil plus. We'll do subtext. And then I want to say community member. We'll do, we can do community members. Task completed also works. Community members. Make sure you have a comma there at the end of this array. Then I want to open up another one. I want to say text. It's going to be that. We're going to have a subtext. And then I'm just going to align these a bit better. So I'll say community groups. Then I want to do one more. I want to say text is going to be 50 plus. Again, the actual numbers here don't matter. They can always be changed to your own liking. So then I want to say countries are represented. Alrighty. Now for the next one, I want to go ahead and have a header. So this is something that we didn't have in the previous three, because we're going to conditionally render this one to have different values. So customize the info you track. Again, put a comma, do a subheading. So I'm going to do create your own labels, tags, owners, and more, so everyone has context and everything stays organized. like that. Then I want to go ahead and I want to create an image. And then I want to just put any image right there. Again, go into your assets and then find which one you want. Okay, now the next thing I want to go ahead and do is pretty much we can just copy and paste this here. So again, make sure you have a comma at the end and then just paste like that. Awesome. So we now have that. We can change this to be any text, choose from a variety of colors, and then let's just do another text here. So we'll say, okay. Everything is customizable, choose your own colors, icons, and we'll close this here. Nice. Now for the next one, we want to go ahead and have some more information. So I'm going to say icon. Icon is going to be TB switch 3. Make sure it's like this. Class name text 3XL, MR is going to be 2. We should do MR2. Text sky is going to be 600. And we're going to do rounded MD as well. So close that off. We're going to have a title. So go back, title, just like that. Description. And then I'm going to put some text. So show only tasks assigned to you or items marked urgent. Break down any project in the way that is more helpful to you or most helpful to you. Then I want to go ahead and put images. So we can pretty much, I'm getting the autofill here, which is like from the previous component we made. I believe it was the 4th section. Let me try to find it. Yeah, so in the 4th section here, pretty much this is exactly what we need to recreate. But we don't have a subheading. So, and we called it title instead of header. So we will go to, where is it, 6th section. So description. What we can do, actually I will just copy and paste to make things easier. Just take the images and then go ahead and copy it. And then I'm going to paste like that. And then I'm going to remove 3 of them because we don't need them. And then I'm going to say events in New York. Okay, and then the picture is, the next one's going to be community meet up in Miami. I don't know where you guys live. You guys can put whatever you want. Let's do conference in Tokyo. And then I guess we can do some more here. So we can say conference in Brazil. It doesn't actually matter what you guys are putting here. But yeah, so conference in, and then we'll do Madrid Tech Week, something like this. San Francisco event. I don't know. Anything you guys want, really. So that is that. And now what we need to go ahead and do is we need to create some more objects. So these objects are going to be pretty much what we were able to do is kind of create like a tweet-like kind of page here. So this is what we just created, by the way, in that object. All that data is going to be what's going to be rendered here. And now we are creating these right here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say, I'm just going to copy and paste these to save some time here. But I'm going to pause, you guys can pause the video just so that you guys can see it as well. So paste, so that's going to be the 1, and then I'm going to do this again from here. So copy, and then I'm going to paste it again, and then I'm going to do 1 more as well. So make sure you have 3 of them, and then again, always make sure that you have this, because if you don't, you're going to get this error. It's going to say like, it's going to look like that. Okay, so that's what it looks like, and yeah, we were able to, that's all of the objects needed to be done. So the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and I want to say const ref equals use ref, I'm going to set it to null. I'm going to say const active image index is going to be, the default is going to be set to the first one. And then I want to do a const handle dot click. So instead of this index being a number, it's going to be an any. And we are going to set the active image index to this. So set active image index and then pass in the index like this. So make sure that these two, when you click on it, it's highlighted. These two need to be spelled the same. Alrighty, now we can go ahead and actually start styling the stuff. So it's going to be a pretty big component, but we'll try our best to make everything visible as we develop. So the first thing we need is we need React fragments at the top. So just do that and then remove everything else. So there we go. Now I want to go ahead and I want to say class name is going to be pt20. On extra large size screens, I want the pt to be 24. Flex, I want to do justify center. Items are going to be centered, and then we are going to have them in a column. So do flex call. Then I want to go ahead and say class name text is going to be 3XL. The width is going to be 3 over 4. XL is going to be text 5XL. Font is going to be medium, and then the XL is going to be width 1/2. We're also going to make it text centered, and then we're going to say join global movement. We're going to say unleash your creativity. I think that's what we put as. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and refresh. There we go, you can see it. Alrighty, and now we can go ahead and say div class name. We're going to do py4. We're going to do px of 10. XL is going to be width 1/2. On 2XL, we're going to have a width of 1/3. So width 1/3. Then on medium size screens, we're going to do a width of 2/3. And then we're going to make it a text center. Alrighty, and I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste this text here. Yeah, it's right there. So I'm going to click paste. There we go. See if we can see it. It's right there, nice. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to say, we need to do a div. We're going to say class name is going to be text sky 500. We're going to do flex items center. We're going to do a hover. So we want to make it underlined when we hover. So hover underline. We're going to do hover cursor pointer. Like that. Then I want to say learn more. And I'm going to do pi arrow right. And then I want to do ML3 text SM. Now we want to go ahead and display our tabs. So class name will be grid calls. So it's going to be 12. Make sure you have 12 here. MD, the row is going to span 2. We're going to have a gap of 4. The XL is going to be gap 6. We're going to have an MT of 8. We're going to have a PX of 8. And then on the medium size screens, we're going to have a PX of 16. I think our XL is going to be PX, yes. So I'm going to, again, scroll to the very bottom so we can kind of see what's going on. I'm going to make this a full size screen for now just so that we can get the classes correct. So MD is going to be PX 16. On extra large, the PX is going to be 0. Extra large, the width is going to be 3/4. And then for 2XL, the width is going to be the same thing that we've been doing this entire time, which is going to be 55%. Then I want to say MX auto to put everything in the center. And then I'm going to do MD is going to be width full. Alrighty. Okay. Well, looks like we're getting there now. So now I want to go ahead and I want to actually loop through the array. So I want to say tabs.map, tab index, just like that. And again, we need to put a key. So we'll say key is equal to index. The class name is going to be this right here. So I'll do a backtick, and then I'm going to say call span 12, like that. Okay. Now what we need to go ahead and do is put the $sign, and we need to conditionally render what we want each index to look like depending on the value. So do a $sign here, then do a curly bracket, and we want to say if the index is less than or equal to 2, so pretty much 0, 1, or 2, we want to set this class. So we're going to say MD call span is going to be 6. On large size screens, the call is going to span 4. On the BG is going to be this color here, which is going to be that. The padding is going to be 6, and it's going to be rounded XL, and we are just going to make it a flex. So no, you don't need a flex column, but just like that. Then what you need to go ahead and do is you need to say if the index is less than or equal to 4, we want to say this classes. So we want to say MD call span. So we'll do MD call span 6, and pretty much this is the exact same thing as what this is. All we have to do is remove this class right here. So literally just copy and paste from above, and you're going to get it. This is the same thing here. So just remove, when you're on this one, just remove this one here so you don't have it. Then we want to go ahead and say if the index is equal to 5, so we want to give it this set of classes, which is going to be MD, it's going to be call span 6, LG is going to be call span 8, call span 8. LG is going to be row span 3, and then the BG is going to be the same color that we have above it. Okay, now so we have PX6 and then rounded XL. So make sure you have this right here. And we don't need the flex, so we can just get rid of that, just like that. If I'm not mistaken, actually, yeah, we don't need it. Okay, so we can just leave it like this. So again, I'm gonna try to make it in the middle so you guys can see. I'll give you guys a second here to pause. Alrighty, now what we need to do is we need to create an index or we need to create a set of styles when the index is greater than 5. So greater than 5, and then we want to change this up a bit. So we want to say this is going to be MD call. We're going to do, not MD. We're just going to do like this. So call span 12. LG is going to be call, I cannot type right now, call span 4. MD is going to be call span 4 as well. So MD call span 4. BG is going to be that color. And then instead of it being flex, we just do flex call. Alrighty. So for this one here, we can go ahead and remove this flex. It's not necessary. And yeah, keep it like this. Now what you need to do is you need to have something to finish it. So we're going to pass in an empty string so that we don't have to worry about it for now. Okay, so that was a lot of styling we just did right there. Hopefully it kind of made sense. Let me know in the comment section down below if like the explaining was okay. If you guys are still unsure about some things, of course let me know in the comment section down below. And yeah, always jump in the Discord with more questions, so I'm there to answer those. Now, we want to go ahead and say if the index is less than or equal to 2, we want to go ahead and say div, just like that. So I want to say div class name, it's going to be flex call, like that. I want to say div, so let me just make sure I have, we're going to fix this in a second here, but yeah, so make sure you have that, and then do this. No, not that. Class name. I want to say text, it's going to be 5XL. Font is going to be medium. Text is going to be Sky 600. I'm going to show the code in a second. I'm just quickly going through this here. Tab.text. I'm going to say div, it's going to be class name, text SM. And then I'm going to say tab.subtext, like that. There we go. Now, what we need to go ahead and do is let's bring this div all the way to the top. So just like that. So make sure you have this div. When you click on it, it highlights to the flex call. Now what you need to go ahead and do is you need to do exactly like this. So put that there. We're going to say div. We're going to say, we're going to do that. And then we are also going to change this. So instead of being text LG, we're going to say 2XL. We're going to display the header. The text is going to be SM here. So I'm going to say text SM. And then now underneath, I want to go ahead and say div. I want to do a class name. So class name, flex, justify, center, items are going to be centered. Flex is going to be call. Now, I want to go ahead and say image, and we want it to be the tab.image, and if it is not visible, I want to say like that. Alt, width, height, and then I also want to do a class name. So we're going to do width full, rounded is going to be XL, P is just going to be 10, and then the P is going to be 10, and then for XL strings we're going to have a PX of 20, like that. Okay, now make sure we have a closing div here. We're going to start seeing some stuff in a sec. Div. Now we need to do one for the index of equal to 5. So for this one, we want to go ahead and do a React fragment. So I want to do tab dot images, and is going to be this div right here. Class name is going to be flex, justify, center. Items are going to be centered, and then I'm going to do a flex call. Then the next thing I want to do is I want to display the image. So I'm going to say image, and we are going to say the src is going to be equal to that. We're going to have a width, height, and then it's pretty much the same thing like that. So pretty much the exact same thing that we already have in another component. Alrighty, so tab.images, active image index. This is the exact same thing that we did in the forward section, by the way. So yeah, what you can do is you can just remove this here. You can keep it, it's fine. It's not gonna make too much of a difference. But yeah, let's just remove it just to stay consistent with what we want. Then I'm gonna go ahead and say div. And then I want to say div again. And then I want to say class name, text is going to be XL. The font is going to be medium. And then I want to say empty is going to be 10. Medium-sized screens and above, I want the empty to be 0. Padding bottom is going to be 4. And then I want to loop through all of the titles of the image. And then again, what we want to do is display So class name is going to be flex space x2, XL is going to be space x6, and then for the extra large we're going to do MT of 10. I know, hang in with me there, guys. Like, I know this is a lot of stuff that we're doing for this project, but it's gonna be worth it at the end. So we just need to style 2 more things, and then we'll be good. So then, what I want to go ahead and do is I want to say tab.images. So exact same thing as this. Div key is gonna be index, and I'm going to make sure we have this. So key equals index. We're going to do on click is going to be equal to handle dot click. So this is where we're going to be able to click between. I'm going to show you what we're going to be working on here. Don't worry about all the errors that we have right now, but right now we're pretty much just allowing this to happen. Okay, so then once we get that, we want to go ahead and say class name. And then I want to do that, and then I want to do a $sign. Now I want to go ahead and say index equals active image index, and then I do P2. I'm going to do a rounded full BG green 400. I'm going to do BG of blue, and we can do 400 as well to stay consistent, just like that. And then now what we want to go ahead is like kind of wrap this up here. So make sure you have a closing div. So do like that. And then we're going to do a div again. We're going to do another div, and what we're going to do here is, so we'll delete these 2 divs, they're unnecessary. So let's quickly check what this is going to look like. So I'm just removing the spaces here. So there you go. So make sure you have this. Then underneath here, I want to go ahead and I want to open up, show you. So underneath this React fragment that we created, which belongs, I believe, to, I'm trying to find where it is. I believe it's right here. This React fragment. Go ahead and say if the index is greater than 5, so we're going to say index greater than 5. We're going to do and like this, and then we are going to just remove this here for right now, and then I'm going to say this. So div class name flex call. I want to import the image again, so image, and then it's going to be tab.profile. Alt is going to be image, just like this, and there we go. So I think so it's saying is it not assignable to type string, because it's possible that it's undefined. So to remove that, all we got to do is the same thing we've been doing this entire time. Put 2 bars like that, and then pass it an empty string, and then it will go away. So there you go. We now have that. So instead of 16, let's do 12 and 12. We'll do a border of, yeah, border is fine. And then we can actually register, or we can display the content that we need. So we'll do div. We're going to do div class name. Text is going to be XL. Font is going to be normal. And then I'm going to say tab.username. Then outside of that, I want to go ahead and I want to copy this, and I want to pretty much just paste it a bunch of times. So if I'm not mistaken, yeah, so it looks like I made a mistake. That's a good catch. So right here, we can just remove this div. It's unnecessary, and we just need to do it like this. So go ahead, and then you're going to get the user handle, and then make it like that. We'll do font is going to be normal, tab user handle, and then we're going to say this. font is going to be normal, empty is going to be 10, and then padding bottom is going to be 4. Okay, so now we need to go ahead and wrap everything up, and what we need to do is obviously fix a lot of the stuff here, so let's just do that. So what we can do is we can remove this div, make sure we have this here, like that. Then we need to do another div, like this. Then we need to have, okay, so I'm going to delete this here. Text SM, we have this, that needs to be there. We're going to do that, we're going to do div, and then a React fragments. Should be something like this. Okay, so it looks like we have some sort of issue here with something not closing accordingly, and let's figure out what that is. So this is what it's like debugging, and we are going to try to figure out why this is giving us this error. If not, we can always just go like this, div, there we go. Yep, I know what you guys are thinking. How did I do it? I didn't. I used the Copilot that I have installed on my computer to help me debug. And now, let's go ahead and let's actually check what this looks like. So, I'm going to scroll all the way to the bottom. There we go. You can see all the stuff, and you can also see like this tweets. And then if we make it bigger, all right, that's pretty good, guys. There we go. And then once you get to the really big screen, that's awesome. That's really good. That is exactly what we try to build. Nice. See how the gaps even get smaller? Wow, this is actually really good. And then it goes here. Everything was thought of when building this website. So even when you resize it, this is what it looks like. We did a great job with everything here, making it as close as possible to the Notion website. And then when you're on your phone, it's going to look like that. Okay, that is fantastic. One thing I don't really like is I don't like how those tabs are so, I don't even know how to explain it. Like they're so like high up. Like you see where San Francisco event is? Like you see why it's just way too high up. So let's go and let's figure that out. Empty. So I'm gonna remove this. I'm gonna refresh, see why it looks like that. But yeah, other than that, I mean, yeah, I don't know why it's so high up. Do I have something here? Okay, I'm gonna remove this extra large. Empty is gonna be 10. Okay, so that went away. Now all I gotta do is I gotta make it so this, try to find this here. Let's see, empty 10. Okay, it's not really what I want to do, but anyways, you guys get the point here. We can now pretty much do everything. Let's do empty, let's do 20. Why is everything so, okay, that's better. Let's do PT20 as well on the, anyways, yeah, I think I'm content with this. So all I did is I added a PT20 and then I just added an MT20, so it looks like it's higher up. It was way too high up before. That's good. So now the next thing that we need to do is we need to go ahead and create our 7th section. So our 7th section is going to look like this right here, which is going to be another kind of like bento box style, which will be a lot simpler. So let's go and let's do that. Go into your Explorer, create a new file, call it 7th section. .tsx, say SFC 7th section. I'm going to say hi. Okay, now I want to go ahead and let's close this up and let's go into our 7th section. So at the very top, we can go ahead and import a bunch of icons. So I'm going to say import. So I'm going to do PI airplane fill. I'm going to do PI arrow right. Oh my goodness, I cannot type. Arrow right. I'm going to do PI calendar check fill. I'm going to do PI check circle. I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste this, to be honest with you. Just save a bunch of time. You guys can pause the video and add them in. But yeah, I mean, I'm tired of typing this out here. So there you go. And then I'm going to say import image from next image. And then I'm going to say const items again. So just here, say const items equal open an array. Make sure to close the array here, and we're going to say icon is going to be equal to PI house fill. The class name is going to be text2xl. We're not going to have a margin right, and we are going to make this red instead. So we'll say red. Then we're going to have a name, and we're going to say company wiki, like that. And then I'm going to say button is going to be this. So I'm just going to copy and paste this in to save some more time. So like that, and then I can kind of explain it. So there you go. It's gonna be, we're gonna have like a blue text. So right now we're just doing this. We're pretty much just adding these in. So every single one is gonna have the same thing, and they have that here on the Notion website as well. Alrighty, then we can go ahead and add in a image. So outside of this button, pretty much just go ahead and do this. So button, comma, say image, and then go ahead and put anything. So this is another thing that I noticed when I was developing this website, was this image that I used is specific to the actual Notion website, and every other image that I tried to use, like the one including like the open Doodles, any of them just didn't work. So that's why I used it here. It's a placeholder. I'm of course going to change it, but I would highly recommend like trying to find an image with like similar dimensions as this, because I'm going to go ahead and show you what it looks like without it. But pretty much if you do this and you did like anything like that, so assets, and then we use like the open Doodles one, so we'll just try it, but it didn't work too well when I was developing. So I'm gonna go to public, gonna go to assets, and I'm just gonna pick any random one. So I'll do like dancing doodle, like this, do .svg, and I'll leave it for now, but as we go into actually developing it, you'll see what I'm talking about more. Okay, so now the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and we can actually just copy and paste this here. So I'm going to copy, again, make sure you have a comma there, and I'm going to paste it. So the next thing I want to do is I just want to remove the image from this one, because I only want the first one in the index to have the image, but then we can just copy and paste this a bunch more times. So let's do that. Again, remove the image like this. So copy. I'm just spamming here. I think that should be about as many as we need. Let me just quickly double check. So we need to have a total of 6. So 7 total in the, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so that's perfect. So make sure you have 7 in the array. We're gonna have one big one here and then 6 smaller ones. Okay? And then now what we need to go ahead and do is go into here and we can start developing. So again, make sure you have an empty React fragment. Say div. I will need to close this before I forget. Div is going to be class name. It's going to be flex call. We're going to have a PT of 32. We're going to have an items center. We're going to do a justify center, and we're also going to leave it like that. Create another div underneath and say class name is going to be text 3XL. Extra large text is going to be 5XL. The font is going to be medium. The justify is going to be center. And then we can go ahead and say item center flex. So items center flex. And then I think we have what endless ways to use it is the text. So to use it. Okay, so let's see what's going on when we develop. All right, we have our endless ways to use it. That's good. And I guess what we can do for this one is we can move this to the side, and we can try. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section down below about kind of keeping things consistent with like the half-half, or if you guys want to see me just use the full screen like this, write all the styles, and then kind of show you at the end what we're developing. But I will try to kind of do a mixture of both. So we're going to do div, and then I'm going to do class name text is going to be sky 600 or 500. I'm going to say flex items center. We're going to do a hover. That's going to be underline. We're going to do a what was it called? The cursor pointer. So hover, cursor, pointer. Make sure it's like that, and then do a PT of 6. Awesome. Now the next thing we need to go ahead and do is put a div, or not a div, but just browse all templates, and then do the PI arrow right. Just like that. Alrighty. So outside of this div, you can kind of see what we're developing here. Outside of this div, I want to go ahead and say div. Oh, it's not supposed to be capitals. Div would be class name grid XL grid calls 4 MD. The grid is going to be calls 2. We're going to have a MD of row span. Was it 1? Yeah. I'm going to do a gap of 4. Extra large, the gap is going to be bigger, so we're going to do gap of 6. And then it's also going to be an MT of 8. Then we are going to go ahead and add in some more styling. So MT is going to be 8. The PX is going to be 8 as well. So PX8. MD is going to be PX16. XL is going to be PX of 0. XL is going to be width is 3/4. And if this looks very familiar, it's because it is, and we have been using this kind of layout throughout. So there is also a way that we could have just copied and pasted this here, but we're almost done, so I'm just going to finish it. But yeah, just like that. Okay, the one thing that we needed differently was this here from the previous component, or in comparison to the previous component. Then I want to go ahead and say items. So the reason why I called it items is because up here I've called this array items. If you called it tabs, just keep it at tabs, and then just instead of doing items, just do tabs. But I'm going to do items dot map like this. Say div Okay, pass in the key. Index, do class name. Again, we don't want the string, we want the concatenation thing. So we'll do a $, and then I'm going to say index is going to equal to 0, and then I want to say this is going to be a string, so I'm going to say XL size screens. The call is going to span 2. We're going to have XL row span 3. MD, the call is going to span 2. Flex call on MD is going to be flex row. Yeah, okay, see, this is why I recommend going like this. Why I prefer this, just because I can get all the styling in for sure, and then I can kind of show you at the end. Flex row XL is going to be flex call. Okay, now what we need to go ahead and do is we need to say if it is not equal, or we need to just say this. Pass in a empty string. Okay, now we need to go ahead and say BG. So padding 6 rounded XL. We're going to say index is going to be equal to 0. And then we are going to say, instead of this, so index equals 0, which is good. I want to say justify between is my only class. Do justify between. Okay. Then we don't need this as an extra one. So there we go. Make sure you have this as your styling. Go ahead and pause the video now. But yeah, I will maybe break this up into 3 lines or something. Okay, so this is the layout. Again, these are backticks. Just make sure that you have backticks here. Then I want to go ahead and I want to actually start displaying the content. So I want to say div. I want to go ahead and say item.icon. Like just like that. Actually, nope, what I want to do first is I want to do class name flex call. And then I want to do item.icon. And then I want to do another div inside. Make sure you have another closing div to correspond. The class name text LG. Font medium, MT is going to be 2. I want to do a item.name. So I'm going to put this on one line so it's a bit easier to understand what's going on. So we got that, and now underneath this one I want to say item.button. Just like that. And now I'm going to move this off to the side of the screen. Scroll to the very bottom. You can start seeing everything is kind of coming together here. We have the icon, we have the name, and then we always have the button as well. And then once you go to a larger size screen, that's what it looks like. If you're on a medium size screen, I'm going to show you. It's going to watch what's going to happen. You see how that goes across. Nice. And then it goes back all into singles, which is nice. Awesome. So we have that. Now we need to go ahead and display the image. So I'm going to say, I'm going to do this, item.image. Like that. I'm going to say class name. Again, we are going to do this backtick to another curly bracket. We're going to say if the index is not equal to 0, so we're going to not equal to 0 first. We're going to say justify between. If it is equal to 0, I'm going to say flex is going to be call, and then justify end. Okay, and then for the source, we're going to do, or for the image, we're going to do item.image, just like this. And we are going to say, so we're going to say empty is going to be 10, the width is going to be 96, and it's going to be rounded XL. I'm going to put a BG of white so that you guys can kind of see what I'm talking about. This is optional, you don't have to put that if you don't want to, but just for explanation reasons, I'm going to keep it. Okay, so then now we have to tidy everything up, and we are going to hope Copilot can clutch up for us. So we're going to say like this, div, and div, just like that. So make sure you have this kind of arrangement, as well as everything else really. Pause the video if you guys need to here, and always go ahead and check out the GitHub. But yeah, that is pretty much everything. There you, so I'm going to go to the very bottom, and this is what I was referring to. So do you see how, next one, you see how the image, like when I was developing, I was trying to create this experience as much as possible. You see how it changes? I'm going to go, you see how it changes to the side here? This is actually how they have it as well with Notion. They have this sort of thing. That's why I want to do the BG white, so you can kind of symbolize that their image specifically like kind of like works better just because of like the size of it, right? Like it's more custom than what I've obviously used, but both will work just for like this video, I guess you could say. Then I'm gonna go ahead and I'm not gonna go ahead and do actually. Let's quickly run through all of the different icons so that we have something that is the same. So I'm gonna do, let's do here, flag, checked fill. We'll do sky. We're gonna do check circle. Then I want to go ahead and say that, and then now I'm going to go ahead and say green. So again, obviously pick the own colors that you want, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter too much here. And then we'll do PI, it was like airplane or something. Airplane, we'll do yellow maybe. And then for the last one, I think it is, or maybe the last two, we'll do PI calendar check fill. And then I will do like an emerald. And then PI watch fill. Okay, so I'm not going to worry about the other text for now, but again, in the link to the repository, what is this? PI, it says refresh. In the link to the repository, I'm going to have the everything that it will, like the exact version for this as well. So this is just kind of development purposes right now, but yeah, you can kind of see how everything is different now. Now we want to go ahead and create the, it's called the 8th section, which is going to be this right here. So let's go and let's do that. So landing page, create a new file, call it, I think this is how you spell 8th. E-I-G-H-T-H section. SFC, you guys already know the drill here. 8th section. I'm gonna say hi, and then you guys are gonna go ahead and actually import it. So just like that. Then we're going to go into our 8th section and we are going to start developing. This one's going to be pretty easy actually. It's just a text really and an image. So I'm going to say PI, or I'm going to import this. So import. I'm going to just copy and paste these over, save some time. Import the icon as well as image from next image, and then get rid of this and do class name. PY is going to be 20. Extra large, we're going to do a PY of 24. Flex is going to be justify center. Items center. Item center. Flex is going to be a call. Border is going to be B. And then we're going to do div. Class name. Text is going to be 4XL. XL is going to be text 5XL. Text is going to be centered. And then I'm going to say get started for free. Alrighty. And underneath this one, I'm going to say another div. I'm going to say class name PY of 4. Extra large, we're going to have width 1/3. Text center. And then I'm just going to copy and paste this from the final version. There we go. And I'm also going to copy and paste this as well. So right here, if you guys want to go ahead and pause the video, pretty much you just put the text in, and then looks like we're getting timed out here, which is fine. We're just going to display the image next. So the next thing I need to do is just import the image. So here, and then I'm just going to copy and paste it like that. There you go. So you're going to see that we have the image here, as well as the text, and this is what it looks like right here. Alrighty. So that is that. Last thing I think we need to do on this page is the footer. So let's just go ahead and do that. Where did I have my footer components? So I think what I did is, yeah, okay, so I put this in the components folder instead. So what you want to do is go into your components, create a new file, call it footer.tsx. So you're going to be at the components and then footer.tsx. So what you want to do is SFC, I'm just going to say footer. Go back into page.tsx and then import your footer. So your footer is going to come from at components footer, because that's where we have put the component. Okay, so I'm going to close this up and I'm going to say import image from next image, and then I'm going to import some icons. So I'll show you them. So I'll do this so that you guys can see them a bit better. Alrighty, that's that, and now we can just start developing. So what you want to do is go and say class name flex LG be items center, padding bottom is going to be 10, flex is going to be call, be px of 8, and then I'm also going to do on LG size screens, there's going to be no padding. XL is going to be, width is going to be 3/4, so like that. We're going to make everything in the center, and then for 2XL size screens, we're going to do width 55%. Okay, now the next thing I need to do is I need to say div class name LG flex. LG is going to be space x32. MD is going to be px of 0. Class name pt of 4. Alrighty. Now I want to go ahead and just import the image from, I'm just going to use the logo that I've used. You guys can obviously use whatever else you want, but that pretty much just works itself out like that. And then I am just going to, from here on, I'm just going to go and quickly, so I'm just going to import this like this, copy, save some time here. Just pt4. Yeah, so inside of this div here, I want to say just like that. So I'm just copy and pasting pretty much from the finished version here, and just pasting the icons. So which one was it? Okay, so you can remove this one because it's not being used, but that is pretty much it. Now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy and paste from here again. It's not much like learning here. I'm just literally just copy and pasting here, and then you guys can also see what's going on. So I have this like that, and then I'm going to do one more copy. So we'll just do this, and then I'll do the last one here, which is that. Alrighty, so everything is now obviously in a column, which is not what we want. So let's address why that is. I think this will be pretty straightforward. So flex LG item center flex call. So where's ever our image here? PT4. So PT4 needs to remove this, and then I need to put a div here. Now I think that should work. Let's check. There it is. Yeah. So all I did is I had a div in the wrong space. So make sure you have this div here, and then when you click it, it refers to this. So PT4, and then this is what makes everything in a flex. And so once we resize, you're gonna see it goes into a column, which is what we want. Okay. With that being said, that includes everything on the landing page. The only thing that we have left to do is actually building out this request a demo page. So this is going to be a fully functional contact form that I'm going to be showing you how to use with NodeMailer and a Google account. So if you don't have a Google account, just quickly sign up for one. You're going to need it in the next part. And yeah, let's just jump right into that. And then what we need to go ahead and do is create a page called contact sales. So when you click on it, you see that you're going to get an error here. That's because this page does not exist. So we're going to go ahead and create it right now. So inside of your app, create a new folder, call it contact-sales, and then say page.tsx. Then from there, I'm going to say SFC, and then I'm going to say contact. Say hi, and now if we move to the side, you can see that we have our page working. So the first thing that we actually want to do is we want to import our navbar so that people can go between the two pages and not get like stuck. So we're going to say navbar, just like that. And now on this page, we only have our navbar, which is good. Looks like this. This is what we did earlier in the video. But yeah, it's right here. All right, awesome. So the next thing we need to do is we need to create a component. I will show you what that looks like. So you want to create a components folder, and you want to call it _components like this. And I want to call it contact form.tsx. And then I'm going to say sfc contact form. I'm going to say hi. I go back into my page.tsx, which makes sure it's app contact sales page.tsx, and I want to import that component. So I want to say contact form, just like that. Okay, and then the next thing that I want to go ahead and do is I want to, I'm just going to say, let's see what this is saying. Let's just refresh. All right, so we have the hi there, which is good. And we want to go ahead and start developing inside of this component. So we want to go and say at the very beginning, let's make this a bit bigger. Let's say use client. And we can say import, let's do use state from React. And now we need to actually go ahead and we can import the image as well. Say import image from next image. And then now we actually need to go ahead and install something from ShadCNUI. So let's go back to here and let's search up ShadCNUI. Go into ShadCNUI, go to components, go to installation. Nope, not installation. You're going to go all the way down to where it says form. So like that. And you want to go ahead and install it with this command line. So where we have this, I'm going to go into our terminal. So just pop it open like that. I'm going to go ahead and create another one. And then I'm going to paste it just like that. So npx ShadCNUI at latest add form. And then we are going to go ahead and install another thing. So we're going to go to the checkbox, so here, and we are going to add it like this. Okay, and be able to move my thing back. So I'm going to do this. And again, I haven't shut down my terminal. If your thing doesn't work or you're not getting the components in your folder, then I'd recommend restarting. Just do npm run dev. But until then, you're going to see most likely that you're going to have your form and your checkbox in your UI folder, which is good. Okay, so then we can go and we can start importing some more stuff. So back in your contact form, you can go ahead and you can say import. Actually, one other thing I want to do quickly is I don't want to put this in a components folder because it's not necessary. So I'm just going to drag this out. So contact form, just move it into contact sales. You don't need it in the components folder. It makes no sense to have it like that because there's only one other component in this. So just do that. So contact form, and then it's going to be from /contact form. So it's consistent with what we had in the landing page. You see how everything's kind of like in the same file or folder. I kind of want to have the same thing. If you have more components, it makes more sense, but I think for this, it's simple enough to be in the same one. So then I want to say import, and I wanted to do a Zod resolver. Okay, Zod resolver, like this. So add hook form resolver Zod. Then I want to say import use form from React hook form. I want to say import, I want to import all as Z from Zod. And then I want to say import, we already have the image. I want to import the checkbox. So this is the thing that we just installed. So checkbox, and make sure you don't install from Radix, but instead of at components UI checkbox. So make sure you have it like that. Then the next thing that we're going to need to have is we are going to install a select. So let's go back to ShadCNUI, and we are going to use this here. So add select. Again, I already have the terminal going here, so just like that. Okay, now we can go back into our component, and then underneath our checkbox, we're going to just install select like that. So select content, select item, trigger, and value. We can import our button as well. So let's say import button from @components UI button, and then I want to import all of this from the form as well. So here I'm going to import this. So form, form control, form description, form field, item, label, and message, and they're all coming from this that we just installed. And the next thing that I don't believe we have right now is we don't have an input. So let's go ahead and install an input. Do npm, and then let's do this. Awesome. So we now have the input, and let's do text area. Let's go into the last one. So npm, let's go back into here, and then let's install it. So make sure you guys can see this. These are all the commands I've been entering. Alrighty, so we now have pretty much everything ready to go. We can start adding some stuff in. So the next thing we need to do is under here, we're going to say import input like that. I want to import use toast from @UI. It's not coming from, it's going like this. Use toast. Use toast is never read. Let me see. Should be. Oh, so that's the other thing we didn't install. We need to install a toast. So toast is this notification that pops up. So go ahead, let's go back into your terminal here and run that. Or not that. That is the production one. We need to run it into here. Okay, so it's gonna go away after a second, and it did. Perfect. Now, what I want to go ahead and do is I want to say, I want it to do import text area like this, and then I want to import this check icon. So import pi check light. Okay. Now we can go ahead and say const form schema is equal to z.object, and we are now going to be entering in the fields of what we want our form to take. So first name, last name, work email, company name, so on and so forth. So we can just enter these in like this. So we're going to say, I'm just going to copy and paste. So I'm going to copy and paste this here so you guys can see it, and then I'll kind of explain like what's going on. So what we want to do is we want to kind of create like boundaries, right? So our first name, somebody's going to enter it in, is going to be string, of course, like they're going to be typing it. Last name is always going to be a string. The email is going to be a string, and then we're going to be adding in this operator here, which is going to make sure that it's like @gmail.com or @mail.com or @whatever, and not something else. So then we're going to do job title is obviously going to be string, so we're going to type here. An enum is pretty much what this means is we are going to set the values to be one of them. So when you click them, you can see that the values are pre-configured. Like you can't go outside of this. You can't like type out. You can just say like anything in here. So that's what we have as enum. That's what enums mean. And then we have the same thing for company size as well as info is going to be this kind of like text where you can actually just type anything you want. Awesome. So I kind of hope that makes sense. If you guys need to pause the video, pause it now, and then we're just going to continue developing. The next thing we need to do is we need to create type of forms. So these types will make sure that people are actually putting in the correct values, and we're just pretty much just ensuring that in the form that all of the conditions that we pre-configured here are satisfied. So we're saying type form values are the first thing is going to be string, 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 and then these. So this is another important thing that when you're developing, you have to make sure that this value here is the exact same as here. So even if you're off by like a space or a letter or a capital, it will prompt you an error, and that's because it's looking for this exact string. Like it needs to be the exact same. So I recommend like just copying and pasting each of them, so that people so you don't make a mistake. But yeah, this is something that got caught up on when I was developing this website as well. And then same thing here for the company size. Make sure that the values are consistent with what you have here. Okay, so then info is going to be string, and then terms are going to be Boolean. So yeah, these are pretty straightforward ones. Now what we want to go ahead and do is, instead of saying, so we can just keep the content form. So what we're going to do is we're going to say const. We're going to do loading. Going to be set loading, so where the use state's going to be set to false. We're going to say const. There's going to be a state where it's going to say submitted. And then we're going to set the use state to false. And then we're going to say const, which is going to be toast equals use toast. And that's going to come from what we've done here with this use toast, like that. Okay. Then I want to go ahead and I want to say const form is going to be equal to use form, and then form values. So again, our form values are coming from right here, so we're ensuring type safety. Then I want to go ahead and say resolver, and pretty much this exact same thing is what we need to do. So these are the default values. These are what it's going to appear inside of this. So you can see how we have the company size pre-configured to the 1 to 10, but you can always change it. So if you want to do the other one, you could do like this, 201 to 50, and then that will be the default value. So if you want to put like maybe like a John Doe or something like that, it will show you that. Okay, so I'm going to remove it because I want to keep it simple like this. And then now the next thing I want to do is I need to create a asynchronous function, which will pretty much explain what is going on. So what I need to do is I need to say async function. It's going to be on submit. So on submit like this. I'm going to say data z.infer form schema, and then I want to say I need to open up a try and a catch block. I'm going to say set loading is equal to true. I'm going to say const response is going to equal await fetch API contact. Then I'm going to say the method is going to be a post request, or the headers are going to be, I'll put this on one line, so it's going to be content type application JSON, and then make sure your body is stringify. We're going to stringify the data, and then we're going to say if it is not okay, so if the response is bad, so somehow somebody gets through this form and it's not good, we want to go ahead and say throw new error, and I just want to say this, something went wrong. Okay, now what I want to go do is I want to say set submitted to true, and then I need to, of course, catch the error. So catch error, and then I want to say toast, something went wrong. For description, I'm just going to put this as well. So I'm going to say error. You don't need to put a status. Then I'm going to say finally, set loading to false, and there we go. So we now have created our request that we're going to use to ensure that once we have successfully submitted it. So I'm going to go ahead and just kind of show you what this looks like. You can go ahead and click it, and then this is what will appear, and then I will get prompted with the email. Okay, so now we need to make sure that this works. Of course, that was the finished version. Let's go back into actually styling this thing now. So let's go to where I had this code here. What we need to do is we need to say style like this. We're going to do height is going to be 100%. The width is going to be 100%. The position is going to be relative. And the overflow is going to be hidden. Then I want to go ahead and say class name. MD is going to be flex. To justify center, PT of 20, and then padding X of 8. Alrighty. Do class name. We're going to say text 5XL. Font is going to be medium. And then the width is going to be 2/3. Width 2/3. And I'm going to say contact our sales team. Then I'm going to go ahead and say inside of this div, I'm going to do this right here. So I just copied and pasted a bit there. Pretty much all I'm saying is I will make it more visible. Just like that. Okay, so I did let's talk about how Bird can help your team work better. Alrighty. Then what I need to do is outside of this one, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to copy and paste this as well. So this is just going to be more styling. Contact our sales team. Okay, just want to say that right there. Let's do too many divs. Okay, let's see what's going on as we develop. So pretty much all I've done there is I have said, I just copy and pasted this twice. So pretty much flex gap 4, border B, just putting a check mark, and then just some extra text there. Okay. Now the next thing I need to do is we need to add in, I'm going to quickly just kind of show you what I've been doing here. So I'm going to remove both of these because I messed something up. But yeah, pretty much what I did is I have a background of this color. I'm going to have a width of 4/5. This is going to be the space, padding 4 around it, LG, so on and so forth. And then I'm literally just copied and pasted these 3 times over right here. So that gives you now this display. So if you need to pause the video, I know I did copy and paste there, but it is a little bit just easier, and this video's already went over what I intended it to, so I'm going to try to kind of speed things up a little bit here, but of course cover all the details as well. Now the next thing I need to go ahead and do is we need to create, so again, one div from the bottom now. So right here, I want to say form, and then I want to spread the values of the form from above. So I want to do this form like that. Now this next thing I'm going to need is just like this. So I'm going to say is submitted. So if it's not submitted, I want there to be a form. Then I want to say that just like this. So I have a space Y, I don't want this, I want space Y4. Space Y4, and then I'm going to say div class name is going to be MD flex. I'm going to say items are going to be centered. I'm going to do a gap of 6. And then here we are going to introduce our first form fields. So I'm going to show you what this looks like. I'm just going to copy here and just kind of like talk over. So what I'm doing is I'm saying the first form field here, so again, make sure everything's capitalized, is going to be this first name. So this first name comes from this right here. So if you scroll all the way to the top, these are where your values are. You need to ensure that it's called first name. So you can see it's first name, and so on and so forth. So it has to be the exact same. You can't spell it off by letter or anything. It's not going to work. Then the next thing I want to do is I want to have a last name, which is going to be, you can guess it, pretty much the exact same thing. I'm just going to copy and paste that again. So this is the last name now. The last name is the exact same thing. I've just added a little bit of styling here. But as for that, that's pretty much it. Now, what I need to go ahead and do is I need to put underneath this div, I need to go and do another form field. So this form field is going to be the email. Again, I'm doing it outside of this div because I want these two specifically to be beside each other to create this effect right here. I'm going to refresh, so this is why I had it like that. Okay, so that's the first name, this is the last name, they're pretty much the exact same thing. You can get rid of width 60, it's not necessary, so these are the exact same. Then I'm going to go back. Then I'm going to go ahead and do an email. So an email is going to be work email, and we're going to be using the input. Again, this is input that we use from Chatcn UI. Alright, so that's that. And then I need to do another one, which is going to be company name. So I'm going to copy and paste this. Company name is the exact same thing as what we had above. Yeah, pretty much is that. Then here I'm going to do this is going to be a bit longer one, so I highly recommend just copying and pasting from the GitHub repository, or if you need to just pause the video. But pretty much what I'm doing here is I'm saying, so this form field, exactly. So everything has to have a form.control. So I maybe overlooked that, but everything needs to have a form.control to make sure that we know if there's any errors. Then I'm saying the company name, I'm setting it to what we have here in the schema, which is, again, company name. So these all need to be the same. We really got to hammer home that point because it's very common when you're developing to make mistakes like that. Then what I'm saying is just these are some basic classes, company name, and then I'm putting an input, not an input, but a select. So the select is what we installed from Chatcn UI, which was this thing right here, where you have this effect right now. So that's what's going on. So I'm saying select on value change it to the updated value, and then yeah, I'm just making sure that the values, so select value 1 to 10 is the same thing as what I have here again. So the enum must be equal to what you have previously written above. Okay, and then the next thing that I need to do is I need to do a how can we help thing. So this is pretty much the same thing as well. So I'm going to paste this as well, and then it's the exact same pretty much as this is. Again, these values must be the same. Okay, and I think the last thing that we have here is actually going to be our text box. So this is the last one. This is our text area where you're able to write, and then I just styled it with 100 pixels. Okay, so now outside of this div, what we need to do is we need to say div class name flex gap 4 items are going to be centered. I'm going to put this in a column. So I'm going to say checkbox like that, do class name, and I'm going to just say text is going to be equal to this color. So one other thing that I want to note is when I was developing this, this is actually not like it's not actually going to do anything. This is just like simple UI styling. If you actually do want to make sure that the checkbox has to be clicked, I can make another video about that, how I would do it. But for right now, this is just simply for UI practices. There's no actual necessary, like you don't actually have to configure this for it to work. So I just like it because it looked good, to be honest with you. Then I want to say class name, text, XS. Font is going to be lighter. And I'm going to do MD width 3/4. Margin bottom is going to be 1. And then this is going to be the text. So I agree to Bird and APOS sending marketing communications related to Bird. There we go. And now the next thing we need to do is we need to actually have a submit button. So I'm going to again copy and paste this. So outside of this, let's just remove all of the excess stuff. So outside of this, I want to go ahead and say that. So div class name flex are going to be item center, so pretty much the exact same as this. Make a button, make sure it's type submit. This is going to be the classes. I'm going to make this in one line. Text, we'll do like that. There we go. So disabled is going to be equal to loading, and then we're going to have onClick, which is going to actually submit the form. And the way that the submit works is if we go back to the top, the submit was created here. So what we need to do now is we need to actually create this API that will allow it to actually submit, you know what I mean? So that, I mean, as for everything, would kind of be. However, we did another thing that was different in this tutorial, which was when you actually submit something, the only thing that changes is on this right hand side. So we need to conditionally render those values. So I'm scrolling all the way to the bottom. So again, outside of the div and then where this form is, we need to do this. So like that, I'm going to say div, say class name, text, it's going to be XL, medium size screen is going to be text 2XL, flex is going to be items center, justify center, it's going to be flex call, and then we're going to have a padding X of 8. We're going to have a div, which is going to have a class name of width 80, and then we are going to have a image. So this is, I'm just going to copy and paste this image. This is what the image is going to look like. There we go. And then I'm going to put the text for what it looks like when we actually send the email. So once an email has been sent, we're going to say pretty much this exactly. Alrighty, now the next thing we need to do is we need to say, we need to close everything out. So I believe here we need, so we should have 3 closing divs like this. And then we need to have like that, not form. I'm just gonna delete this here. Should be div, div, div. Looks like I might have missed. Oh, so here, make sure you have the React fragment. Sorry about that. So just right there, with the React fragment, and then you can finish everything off like that. Div, and there we go. We have officially finished the contact form, and the last remaining piece to the puzzle is just the API request. So if we go back to our thing, we're going to now see that once you refresh, this is going to be what everything looks like. you now have everything working as should be. When you select, it changes the value. And now we need to actually go ahead and create the API. So to do that, what we need to do is we need to go into our app, and we need to create a folder called API. So we'll create a folder called API, and then we need to double check what this is actually called. So we need to make sure that the naming convention, so let's call this contact. So inside of API, go ahead and create a new folder called contact. It has to be the exact same or else it's not going to work. And then make a route.ts. Okay, now that we've done that, we can go ahead and we can actually build out the API. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to say import which is going to be next response from the next server. Then we are going to import NodeMailer, which we have not installed yet, but we will right now. So what you need to do is I'm going to make this a lot bigger, and I'm going to say npm I NodeMailer, and you're going to see an error. So even though we've installed it, it's going to ask us to install dev dependencies. So now once I hover over it, you're going to see that it says NodeMailer is declared, but its value is never read. So make sure you run this command right here. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to control C that, and then I'm going to paste that. So npm I -- save dev at types NodeMailer. Okay, and now you're going to see that the error is going to go away like it just did, and we are good to go. So the next thing I want to do is I want to say export async function post, because this is a post request. I want to say rec equals request, so like that. If rec dot method is equal to post, which it is, we are going to have this object. So we're going to have a try catch. So make sure you have curly bracket here, try, and then do another curly bracket like that. Okay. Then inside of this, you want to go ahead and do another. So do const, and then this is going to be all the values that we are going to submit from the form. So we're going to obviously have a first name like this. Then we're going to have a last name. And again, these are all coming from our schema that we've already defined. So last name. We're going to have an email. We're going to have a company name. So company name, we're going to have a help. We're going to have a and then we're going to say company size. Company size underscore, and then we're going to do info, just like that. Then we're going to say equals await rec, not body. This is a mistake I made previously. It was a rec.json function like that. And then what we need to go ahead and do is we need to what we need to do is we need to go to our Google account. Oh, so this is what it is. So here, okay, so we now have that. Again, make sure there's a column after every single one, and then the errors are going to go away. So make sure what I was missing here was an equal sign. So await rec.json, and then make sure you have the function. Then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to copy and paste these values here so that you guys can see it, and I'm going to show you how you guys can get your own. So don't bother trying to connect or don't bother trying to submit these values because it will not work. But I'm going to show you right now how to go ahead and get those after we start actually styling the email. So the next thing that we need to do is we need to do const mail options. So I'm going to go underneath here and I'm going to do mail options. So what is really going on right now is we're submitting the form, and then these are the values, which are fine. It makes all that makes sense. We're then going to use NodeMailer to accept those values, and then we're going to push them to a new email. And then when we push those emails, when we push those new values, like once they're captured from the submit form, we're going to style them. So this is what I'll demonstrate this a bit more in a second here. But all we gotta do now is we gotta say await transporter send mail options. We're gonna say return next response. We're gonna do JSON, and then we're just gonna say has been sent. Okay. Then we're going to catch that because again we're using a try method, so we have to have a catch. So we're gonna say catch error. We can just do error like this, and then I want to return next response. Instead of error, I'll do JSON, and then I say email has not been sent. So give me 2 seconds here to wrap this up, and then I'm going to show you where you guys can go ahead and get your own values from, so that you guys can, of course, get your thing to work. So then what I need to do is I'm going to go ahead and say, so underneath here, I want to say else, and then I'm going to do return next response dot JSON, and then I'm going to say method is not allowed. Okay, so we have wrapped up everything. I'm now going to, I don't know if I explained this or not, but this is pretty much, I'm just styling what the email is going to look like. So I will open up my Gmail off the side here and show you what it's like. So once somebody submits these values, so this is going to come from hi@gmail.com. So that's going to be obviously a fake email. I don't have any access to that one. I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to say, hey, did you get this email? So again, you don't have to click this if you don't want to, but I'm going to submit it, and it's going to work. So now I'm going into my Gmail, and you're seeing what it looks like. So I have all the values. I have the hi@gmail that I just did. I have, hey, did you get this email? And all of that is being styled by this. So I'm just saying, oh, didn't mean to do that. Just saying that this is going to be a contact form. So you're seeing here contact form. You guys can obviously play around with this, make this as, as advanced as you guys want. But for a simple contact form, I think this works and does the job. I guess for this video, I think it makes sense to really kind of be this basic. And you're seeing so you're seeing where the email was sent from, and then you're seeing where it was sent to. So the reason why it's the same account is because this is my account, right? And so what I really want to show you now is the Google account. So this is where you're going to go ahead and get your actual keys from. So go to Google account, click on the Google account, and I'm going to search up something called app passwords. So you're only going to see this, it's going to be right here. This is only visible if you actually have your account to be two-factor authenticated. So if you don't, just sign up with your phone, it's going to text your code, and then you input the code, and then you'll be two-factor authenticated, and then you'll be ready to actually use this. So then I'm going to go ahead and click app passwords. I want to make sure I'm not showing any information here. And then, yeah, okay, so pretty much what I have is all of the different app passwords that I have. So I'm going to call this Notion video test key. You guys can obviously call it whatever you want, and I'm going to click create. So before I click create, I'm going to show you what values we're actually changing. So it's going to be this right here. This user name is going to obviously is your own Gmail account. So whatever you're watching this video on and wherever you go ahead and create these keys, that's what your user is going to be. And then once I click create, you're going to see that I get prompted with this right here. So this right here is my user key. So I'm going to go back into my password, and I'm going to update it to this value. There you go. So that right there is what the pass actually stands for, and then you can never see this again. So there's no way of actually accessing that. And now, once I go ahead and go back into my thing, I'm going to refresh. You're going to see that once I fill this all out, you're going to see everything's going to be working the same. So I'll do this, I'll do learn more, say, did you update the key? I'm gonna click submit, and then it's gonna work just as it did before. And now I'm gonna go ahead and see where my, go back to my Gmail account. I'm gonna show you that it works all the same. And there it is. So there's the email now. So I changed the info obviously to did you update the key, and yeah, I did, just to kind of prove to you that it works. And yeah, I mean, there you go. That's actually, I mean, that, I think with that being said, that kind of covers everything. Let me know if you guys have any other questions in the comment section down below. Please leave a like, comment, you know, subscribe, get involved, join the Discord. Let me know what you guys want to see in the next video. I mean, really, other than that, like, that's kind of it for me. So I will catch you in the next one. See ya.